It does appear that we are live everywhere now, so I'm going to step out from behind the desk. I'm going to give Brent my chair, let him get started doing what he does, and I'm going to come out over here in front of the camera and talk to everybody here for a second. This point is my really absolute favorite part of the whole weekend. Amm-Con, GRPC, everything. This is the point that I enjoy the absolute most. This is the point where we give out the Person Making a Difference Award. We only give GRPC gives out dozens of awards every year. We give out one award, and that's to the one member of the media who we believe is making a difference. And there's a little bit of a roundabout story as to how we got to this year's nominee. I started listening to podcasts as a trucker. I started with satellite radio, and I was listening to this guy on Sundays who had a radio show called Gun Talk that was picked up on Sirius satellite radio. And through him, on one Sunday, he started talking about podcasts, and he had this guy on, the black man with a gun, Ken Blanchard. And I thought, well, maybe I should look into that because I like listening to gun content, and I like listening to it a lot, and it's only on Sundays. So I found Black Man with a Gun on podcast. I found Tom Gresham on podcast. Then I found people like Asada Youth and Gail Pepin and the Pro Arms podcast. And through them, I found this guy named the Unnamed Trucker, Chaz Murray. And that guy convinced me, if this clown can do it, I can do it. And that's how we get here. So this year, the Person Making a Difference Award goes to a person who is seminal in that process. This year, the person we are giving the award, the Person Making a Difference, is going to one of the people in that chain. It's going to Gail Pepin for the Pro Arms podcast. Gail, you not only started Amm-Con, you started me on my road to where I am now. I am eternally grateful, and we're going to give this award to you. Thank you. This one's turned
Can I
off.
give you a hug?
You can absolutely give me a hug.
Make me cry.
I tried to get through it without crying myself.
Thank you. Thank you. This is sound. Thank you. I don't know what to say, but thank you very much.
All right. At this point, we're going to go ahead and we're going to turn it over to Cheryl. She's got our afternoon program. And thank you all for putting up with me at a little bit of an emotional state.
All right. So this is the time of day. When he said it was his most favorite time, I thought it was now when I take the microphone. Clearly that wasn't where he was going, but, you know, it's all right. This is the time of day when usually I get sloppy with the time. I'm just going to admit it. So, y'all are empowered as my fellow timekeepers, okay? So, if you see me not keeping time, you are welcome to nudge me. All right, I get to introduce the next panel, which has the best name we've ever come up with. As you'll see, it's called the Who Knows with these two, but that's why we love them. Right, so I'm about to bring to the stage Charlie Cook and Yehuda Riemer. Charlie Cook is a lifelong musician and instrumental music teacher who is also an avid shooter and firearms instructor. He combined his love of music with his love of guns and created this crazy thing called gungrams. Who's seen gungrams? Right, every hand. Okay, he really doesn't need the introduction I'm giving him clearly. But then he also has Riding Shotgun with Charlie, where we hop in a car with him that's strapped with cameras and microphones, and we try not to get arrested, right? Was that it? Was that okay? The clown car episode is the best ever, where there was like 9 of us in a Civic or something. I don't know. And we did pass a police officer, but it was okay. All right, and also Yehuda Riemer, the Pew Pew Jew. He is the author of several books, including Safety On for Children, An Introduction to the World of Firearms for Children. He is also a freelance graphic design artist and a dynamo of networking and growing his visibility through the various social media platforms, and the author of the phrase, who knows it? But did you ask? Right? So, without further ado, I bring to the stage the one, the only, Charlie Cook. Woo! You have 27.49. Go.
No? That's okay. Sorry. Let's just go with it. All right. We're going to have a dramatic reading from the Second Amendment advocate, the award-winning author, the president and founder of the follically challenged freedom fighters, Yehuda Riemer.
Bullet points. Chapter 1, AR-15s and other assault rifles. Chapter 2, high-capacity magazines. Chapter 3, braces and bump stocks. Chapter 4, waiting periods. The end.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know how it was decided, but it seems a lot of people think Yehuda and I are funny, and it's not just our looks. It's not just the fact that he wears a yarmulke because he's lost his hair, and it's not this well-toned physique that I have. So I started to, I guess when I was young, I probably always wanted to be a comedian. I always wanted to be funny because I thought when I was funny, if I could get people to laugh, then I would be more relaxed and people would like me, right? Like Stuart Smalley. So what I did is when I was a mid-teenager, 14, 15 years old, when I say 14 or 15, I probably mean really 12 or 13, but I found these 2 books that my father had, and they were called Playboy Party Jokes. Now, I don't know if anyone was an avid reader of Playboy, because they did have articles, but they also had jokes, and the jokes were always on the bottom of the centerfold, down by the leg section. So I had this whole book of jokes that were Playboy party jokes, and I thought they were great. I would learn these jokes, and then I would try to tell them to my friends so that they would laugh, and I could, I could feel like I'm contributing to the to conversations. So this was a long time. Like, I spent my teen years trying to memorize jokes and telling people jokes. A few years ago, one of the things that I did is at Amm-Con in 2019, I did a speech that I called Getting Through Hurdles and New Platforms. And what I did that summer is I went out and I learned how to ride a motorcycle because I didn't know how to ride a motorcycle. And I went out and did stand-up comedy. And I would go to these open mic nights. I would drive into Boston, drive an hour to go do stand-up. And it was always fun. And I always I feel like I'm contributing when I can make people laugh. And I know that when I teach firearms courses, I did a course one time. It's a 4-hour-long course that I teach, and about 2.5 hours into it took someone 2.5 hours before I finally got them to crack a smile. And I stopped in the middle of class. I looked at him. I said, "I've been trying to get you to laugh for 2.5 hours, man. Like, now I can feel relaxed, and it relaxes me when I hear other people laugh. And I'm a bundle of nerves right now because nobody's laughed." So that's kind of how I got into wanting to be funny and trying to be funny. Oh, thank you. Now you talk, and I'll have this.
I got nothing to say. I was just making you feel less relaxed.
Oh, thanks.
More relaxed.
Damn. All right, so there are some things that you can do to add humor to your speeches, to just being a funny person, and it really does a lot of things for you. Adding humor, being funny. I know not everyone wants to be funny, and that is totally cool. And I know there's some people that aren't funny and they try really hard and they're not funny, but I do think it is a process, and I do think people can learn to be funny if they want to learn to be funny. And part of the whole thing about this speech from Amm-Con 2019 is that you've got to start somewhere. And when you start, just like podcasting or radios or blogging or making videos, kind of like what Craig said earlier, you're going to kind of suck at doing it, and you're going to get a little bit better. And the more you do it, the better you get, and the better you get, the more you do it. And, I've been a band teacher since the 1900s, and I have a little sign that I made that I keep on one of my folders, and it's a little circle, and it says, the more you do it, the better you get. And I've got a little thing that says start here, so the more you do it, the better you get. And I have one on the other side that says, the better you get, the more you do it. So the more you do things, the better you get at it. So there's a lot of reasons why I think people need to add humor to their speaking. What's one of them there? This is when you look at the page and read?
Right. Where am I up to?
We're on the second page.
You were supposed to ask me a question.
Oh, yes. So, Yehuda,
God.
How did you get... I did ask him, right? Yehuda, how did you get into being funny? You said you did.
Yeah, so I grew up being told that I wasn't funny at all. I told my parents that I just had a different sense of humor than they did. And they said, no, you're just not funny. And it kept going and going for years until I kind of just was like, all right, fine. Like, you don't think I'm funny, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But a lot of people do think I'm funny. And that really is kind of how I ventured into humor, is I was being told that I'm not something, and then I didn't believe it. So I just blazed ahead. And, everyone has their own different types of humors. My parents are beyond corny. I just, the grass is always greener on the other side, right? Everyone's saying, like, oh, your dad's so funny. I'm like, dude, my dad is not funny. And I'm sure we've all been there. My wife tells me I'm not funny all the time, and I just tell her that, yeah, the biggest joke was marrying you. And she's like, well, that's not funny. I'm like, yeah, see, you're right. Prove your point. It just have a really good time with it. But really, everyone has their own journey of whether or not they are funny or whether or not they choose to be funny, like Charlie just said. And it's kind of, you develop a sense of humor based on the world around you and how you react to it.
Yeah. So there are some reasons why that I actually did research into this, why it's important to be funny. And let's go through those. Why is it important to be funny, Yehuda?
So one thing that's awesome about being funny is people want to be your friends. And the funnier you are, the more friends you have. And, I have more friends in words that are in my book bullet points, which really isn't saying much, actually, because my book is blank. Yeah, so that's one.
It takes a Jewish guy to sell you a book of blank papers. You know what I mean?
Successfully.
This is why he's a salesman.
Successfully.
Successfully.
Don't forget that part.
It's good to be funny because you do get noticed at work from your colleagues, and people will say, oh yeah, I remember, yeah, he was really funny. You know, the guy up on the third floor, he's really good. We like him. We think he's funny.
Yeah, and also people will always remember you, right? Like, I'm sure there's so many podcasters here and radio hosts and all these people who have had countless guests, and you'll remember most of the guests, but that one guest who's just constantly cracking jokes and making great points through humor, you will always remember that one guest, and you will always have them back on.
I'm not sure about that last one. I was on a show with Amanda and Rob in 2015, and she said, oh, he was really funny. We should have him back on. A year and a half later, I ran into her at GRPC, and she's like, oh, didn't we have you on the show? I'm like, yeah, you thought I was funny. You're going to have me back, and you haven't had me back. So
that's actually very true, just quickly, Charlie, because 5 years ago when we met at Amm-Con, actually, you stole my car for 4 hours, and you have yet to have me back on as a guest on Riding Shotgun.
This is why you should never have a show, because when you have a show, people want to be on it, and then they want to be on it again and again and again, and then they want to know why they're not on every week.
It's been 5 years, dude.
Yeah. All right. Well, your wife does make some delicious cookies, I got to tell you.
That's true.
It's not a euphemism for anything. She made some cookies that we all had that day. The next thing, humor can disarm situations, and Yehuda's got a great example that he talks about later. Sometimes if somebody's all worked up about something, if you crack a joke and like they're mad at you, and if you crack a joke, it can certainly disarm situations sometimes.
And this one will definitely get me in hot water, but laughing is definitely the best medicine. It will help any situation. If you do not believe me, just ask Fauci, because he's laughing all the way to the bank right now.
You can get better service. I know there's been a number of times when 100 years ago when I was married, my as I affectionately call her, my first ex-wife, she would want me to call somebody to deal with something because there was an overage and a charge, and I would have to call and smooth talk people and kind of be funny with them. So you can get better service when you're funny.
I think we need to skip this one.
Oh yeah, asked to be back on the show. We got that one. That's good.
No, but it doesn't work clearly.
Right, because we're not reading it in order. That's fine. The last one that we have is...
I did not write this one.
You can have more sex. Right? Just ask Yehuda. He's got 4 kids. He's the funniest guy I know. There we are. Does your wife know about the 5th? Oh, all right. So here are some things that you should do to help you be funny. One of them is to be smart and be topical. You need to kind of stay current with things that are going on in the world, current things that are going around. Maybe it's some memes that are supposed to be funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, is we all pay attention to the media and the news and what's going on in the world, and to use that with whatever you're doing, whatever you're trying to sell is great. Case in point is when a lot of you guys follow me on social media, and a lot of you guys have been there since the beginning, and know that when something happens in the news, I'm immediately jumping all over those T-shirts and throwing things out. So if you guys remember in, I don't know, was it 2019, something like that, there was that terrorist attack in, not that a terrorist attack is funny, but in London, and that random dude picked up a tusk of a narwhal and just killed the terrorist. So within 30 minutes of that hitting the web, I had up on my website a picture of a narwhal with a guy being impaled on it, and it said, "Just skewer it." And that shirt sold like crazy, and it was a horrible shirt. It was an amazing shirt. And like in another example was when during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, when the guy who got his arm blown off, when he came up and he's like, "I got my arm vaporized," and he went like this. I literally released a shirt minutes after he said that with a bicep with a bullet hole in it, and it said "vaporized" underneath. And am I a horrible person? Pretty much, yeah. But I'll take it because it's funny, and it's not one of our people; it's one of their people. So So using current events to help your brand, to help market, to help advertise, is fantastic, but that means you need to actually be paying attention to social media, not just what's in your own little world, but everywhere.
There was, in the summer of 2020, with the mostly peaceful riots, there was a news headline that was going around, and it said something about somebody was throwing Mazel Tov cocktails. And I got a screenshot of that. I sent it to Yehuda, and I'm like, aren't all cocktails Mazel Tov cocktails? And what?
And for the record, 30 minutes after Charlie sent that to me, I had a shirt up that said Mazel Tov cocktail, but the A in cocktail was a little rabbi holding 2 Molotov cocktails dancing. True story. It's still up on my website, $24.95.
Right. See, this is the salesman here. So it's good to stay up on current events. There are sometimes things that aren't current events. Some things have a peak value where it's something that happens right now, and you need to act on it, like Yehuda was saying with the T-shirts. But there are some things that have career value that you can make fun of all of the time. Some of the people we can make fun of all the time, obviously a bunch of the anti-gun folks, but the what's his name there, Alec Baldwin, he's got a lifetime of anti-gun stuff, and we can come out and pick fun at him when he does things like, I don't know, kills people. We can kind of make fun of that. Not that it's funny to make fun of people getting shot and all that kind of stuff, but there are things that have a peak value that you need to act on quickly, and then there are some things you can bring up and joke about that have some career value that are going to be around for a long time. Whether it's leaving Britney alone or making fun of what's her face, Shannon Watts. Somebody calls her Shay Shay, right? Is that?
Yeah, Jill McDaniel from Mom at Arms.
There we go. Yeah. There we are. So yeah, so some things have a value like that. Sometimes we certainly enjoy making fun of the anti-gun folks, like when Sheila Jackson Lee comes out and says, I don't know if it's Sheila Jackson Lee or Sheila Lee Jackson, I can't remember. Anyway, she comes out and says an AR is as heavy as 10 boxes. Wait, well, what does that mean? Like, are they big boxes? Are they small boxes? Do they have stuff in them? Is it boxes of paper? Is like some of the stuff that the anti-gun folks come out say is it's easy fodder for us because it just doesn't make any sense.
Right, and something like Epstein didn't kill himself, right? That is literally,
it's Rob's mantra.
It's Rob's mantra, exactly. Yeah. But Epstein didn't kill himself is a great thing, but it was very 2019, 2020, right? However, Epstein didn't kill himself, although it's kind of been overplayed right now. You can still use at Christmas time when you're hanging up your Christmas decorations. It will still be funny then, but any other time during the year now, it's like, all right, been there, done that.
One of the things that I love Amanda. Everyone knows this. She says on the radio, this is like E.F. Hutton. When E.F. Hutton talks, everyone listens. I'm like, who is E.F. Hutton? Like it's some things are timely and it makes sense to some people, maybe of a certain age. But I mean me too, because I remember that Yehuda's like, I don't know who F. Hutton is. So.
Yeah, I was reading the notes. I'm like, F. Hutton. I'm like, right. Who's Hutton and why do you hate him? Right,
exactly. Some things when you're using humor, sometimes it's good. You want to pick a target, one particular person or one particular thing. Yehuda and I have something that we don't necessarily agree on, and it's picking on physical characteristics. I'm as a pale male and stale guy, an overweight middle-aged white guy. I don't mind picking on somebody's weight. I don't mind doing that at all. I've been a fat guy my whole life. I used to say that I had the dad bod since I was in junior high. So, I'm finally get to be attractive in my old age here.
Yeah, and I definitely differ with Charlie on that. I will never ever go after someone's appearances or mental state. I just won't do that. I draw a line in the sand for myself. If that same person will, do something anti-gun, I'll go after that all day. But I will never personally go after anyone's appearances, mental state, like that, because I don't think that's right.
Yeah, no,
even for humor's sake.
We talked about this on the phone. You said you're on Team Will Smith.
Hashtag Team Will Smith.
Right, I'm kind of on Team Chris Rock. I'm okay with that. I understand. Honestly, I had no idea. First of all, I had no idea what alopecia was, and second of all, when I saw the word, I couldn't pronounce it. So I had no idea what it was until somebody brings it to your attention. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I thought Jada Smith was shaving her head to shave her head. I have no clue. I don't know. She's trying to look like Michael Jordan. The next thing we have is timing. Timing is important. What's the most important thing about
Timing.
Thank you.
All right.
Timing is very important and very effective. Sometimes when you're telling a joke, if it goes well, you can milk it. If it doesn't go well, you just need to keep on moving and cruise right along. Some other stuff we have are the rules of threes. A lot of times when you tell jokes, you compare things. You have two things that are serious and then one thing that's not serious. Like at the beginning, I said Yehuda is the Second Amendment advocate, author of the award-winning book, and the president and founder of the Phonically Challenged Freedom Fighters. So that you kind of throw people out when you're
very proud
when you
of that,
do
by
the
the
rule
way.
of threes. Sometimes the having a callback to something that you referenced earlier is always good. One of the callbacks on Eye of the Target Radio is Rob talking about rifling. Right, this is what Rob likes to talk about, and yeah, it puts everyone else to sleep, and that's totally cool. But you know, we've all got our thing. Here's another one that I had on the list is when you use the word whatever, it kind of makes you it kind of dismisses whatever people are talking about. And there was a great example last night hanging out with Rebecca. She said her kids say that my mom's running for the president of Kansas or whatever, right? So it certainly makes people say, all right, well, you might think this is important. I don't think it's important. Whatever. Some of the stuff that we really enjoy is some self-depreciating humor. I always tell people that there's nothing you can say about me that I'm probably not going to find funny and that I haven't said or thought about myself. So,
Yeah, and this is something that I actually find very important because I use it quite often. Self-deprecating humor or depreciating humor, whatever you want to call it. So
right. I can't read. This is
so
too far.
self-deprecating humor I use constantly because of my brand, the Pew Pew Jew. I am constantly at arms, if you will, with anti-Semites. And I get this stuff all the time where the best way to combat hate, and this goes for anything, I'm just using anti-Semitism as an example, is to kill them with humor. And what I mean by that is, I'll post something and then I'll get someone out of the woodworks go like, well, Hitler didn't finish the job, or not enough Jews bit the curb. And honestly, like, I sit there and I'm like, I'll comment back like, hey, dude, I've heard those ones already. Let's come up with something better. And the next thing they'll be like, I love the smell of Zyklon B in the morning. And I'm like, oh, that's a good one. I've never heard that one before. And then the guy disappears. It's like using that self-deprecating humor takes the power away from anyone. And no matter how no matter how bad or the comment might be, when you can kill them with humor, you win every single time.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things that people can do to add some humor to your speaking. Like I said, people remember you a little bit more. People want to have you back on their show, and there's a lot of things that people can do. And I think we all need to relax a little bit and tell jokes and maybe laugh at yourself or Yehuda or me.
And according to Cheryl, we have like 1 minute 37 seconds left.
That was the wrong finger.
Or maybe not. I'm sorry. 1 minute and 2 seconds left.
One of them. We're going to take the tall one.
I'm going to take the 10 extra minutes you just gave us. 10 seconds. There we go.
There we are. Awesome. Well, listen, that's all I got. How about you?
We have 10 more minutes. Does anyone want questions?
Any questions? Yes. Yeah, that would be great. So hold the line up, wave it back and forth. That's the sign to say you got 1 minute left. I know. So yeah, stand-up's fun, man. I dig it. It's go out and get out of your comfort zone. One thing, since I have a day job and all the gun stuff that I do, I actually came up with a different name that I call myself when I go out and do stand-up. And it's just one name. Like, that's it. And whatever. I don't want to.
Frank.
I already have too many worlds colliding. I don't want more worlds to collide and be like, oh my God, you said that really offensive joke. No, it was really me. Might have been someone that looked like me, my doppelganger. I don't know. All right. Anyway, I think that's all we got. Any questions? Well, so when I use, you ready for this? I use the name Freeman. So if you look on Instagram for Freeman the comedian, that is where I don't I'll put stuff out that's offensive, and I really don't care what people think. And I'm not doing it for anything other than I just want to put out things that I think are inappropriate that I don't put out on my personal stuff and I don't put out on my gun stuff media. So
Yeah, and for the record, Freeman, best comedians are Jewish.
all right, boom. There we are. After you, sir. Make sure you get your booze and your ascot and your pipe and your book and all the good stuff.
Beautifully done. Thanks for the laugh. Always, you guys. Yeah, clean up your paraphernalia, okay? We don't have a wait staff here, all right? All right, tip yourself. Are you here all week? All right. I know. Oh, my goodness. That was awesome. And I think that that's such a great point, is that humor, it gets lost sometimes in all of the serious history we talk about and legislation stuff we talk about. So I think that that's very, very awesome. And I may or may not have written a review on the back of the book that Yehuda had up here. I mean, I'm not bragging or anything, but you might find my name there. All right, moving right along. We do have several people who are asking if they can have a list of each other's contact info in some way. So I think that maybe the best way to do it is to see Susan out front and tell her if you do. If you do not. Did everybody catch that? Amanda said if you do not, for some reason, want the rest of the miscreants in this room to be able to contact you at any time of the day or night, then you might want to run out and tell Susan immediately. I think that's what you said, quote unquote. Yes. Okay. Something along those lines. Okay. Awesome. Because we do have to be supporters of each other and reach out to each other and tag each other in posts and share each other's work, because the other side, they are definitely not doing it for us, right? Absolutely. All right. Well, coming up next on deck, do I see him here anywhere? Is John Petrolino in the room? Where's he hiding? Oh, he's hiding behind Paul. Fantastic. All right. John Petrolino is a U.S. Merchant Marine officer, and my husband stepped out of the room, so it's safe to say this. He just gave me some new jewelry. So thanks, John. Loving my new jewelry. Love you, mean it. Charlie did as well. I do accept jewelry from strange men, so apparently. Can't get any stranger, but all right. John Petrolino, U.S. Merchant Marine Officer, NRA and USCCA firearms instructor and writer. He is the author of this beautiful little pen, what it represents. The book is called Decoding Firearms, a text for beginning firearm owners and users. John is a regular contributor to Bearing Arms and AmmoLand News. He also provides blog entries for JM4 Tactical, and his work has been featured in several other online news sources as well as print, and he may or may not have been a guest on Gun Freedom Radio at some point. John, take it away.
Today we're going to be talking about research. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah? If you want to play the slide deck, we should be good to go. Okay, so we're doing research, getting leads, deets, and going deep on stories. And this was just something that Paul had asked me to talk about, some of my process to bring to everyone what I do when I'm getting information. So I do have a video that I'm going to play. Hopefully we have audio. Let's see here. Of course, it's not working. Can you advance? Sorry. And it's green. No. There. Okay, that's solved. Yeah, so we can just go past it. It's fine. So what's basically happening here is Teresa Einecker had did a testimony in Trenton, and she was testifying against a number of bills. And Amanda and Rob were actually reporting on the event, and I had written an article about it. And what had happened was there was 2 minutes of her testimony. Basically, her entire testimony didn't get recorded for the record. So situation that they allowed that to go on, and no apology to Einecker or anything like that. In the years from now, we're going to see that that testimony is gone, and we'll never know what she had to say. So, is our history being distorted? Was it incompetence or malfeasance? I'm not really sure if it matters, because it did happen. It's very easy to say that it's malfeasance, but this is the New Jersey legislature we're talking about, so there's probably a lot of incompetence involved too. The records allow us to track advocates and amplify their messages. So Teresa had this great moment. She's doing this video, and we could have snipped it. We could have turned it into something and sent it all over. There was like the young lady in Arizona that testified, right? And the smug lawmaker who was like, I know you're, talking about me. Her testimony, hit home, and that became kind of semi-viral, right? Teresa wasn't afforded that. So when we could track our advocates and do that type of thing, we're able to act as these people's cheerleaders. So this is kind of like a small pretext to doing research and, the importance of, where to find information and gathering it. And that's the big thing right there. We can't be their cheerleaders if the information's not recorded, right? Okay, so testimonies and their role in research. Why are testimonies in particular important? It says, it gives you a chance to know what people were thinking at a certain time and feeling. And one of the things that is kind of thematic here is just think history, text, tradition, history, text, tradition. Granted, what somebody's feeling and saying isn't necessarily something for grounds on something constitutional, but it does give us a barometer of what everyone's thinking at the time. It could indicate if the legislators, listen to the people, and that's important, especially if you're reporting on re-election. Says this lawmaker does not listen, this lawmaker does listen. So if you have X number of people that show up in opposition of a bill or something to that effect, and only one or two in support, well, why did you vote for that? You shouldn't have, right? And then brings context to a potential subject years later. So we have these testimonies, again, that we can look back on, and that context will be available for, forever, hopefully. And then, again, it offers opportunities for this to amplify a message and, get their advocacy work out there as well. So if you guys give a good video or a good speech on something, we could steal it, snip it, and share it. And that goes back to the whole meme thing. If you don't, if the message is bigger than the meme itself, just get the message out there and let that happen. Okay, so passive techniques. Bring on the bacon is one of the techniques. Push notifications, make yourself available, connect with organizations, and connect with other content creators and writers. So for bacon, let's give up. This is the textbook definition of bacon from a BBC article. But basically, bacon is all of the email and all of the notifications that you get in your inbox from something that you signed up for from eons ago. Well, it also could be something that you purposefully signed up for. So that's bacon. It's not spam. It's something that's real, and it's a real meat, right, as opposed to something that you don't want. So that's bacon. So what do I say to that is I say bring on the bacon. So you're going to want to sign up for as many organizations, automated email services as possible. Your 501c3s, your 501c4s, all of your PACs. These are your heavy lifters. Also your grassroots organizations, the .gov sites. There's so much information and resources out there that are available for us where all you have to do is just sign up for the bacon and it comes into your inbox. Digest emails from trusted 2A news sources. I'll toss two up there. Amm-Con and Bearing Arms. They both have automated email services you can sign up for, and every day you'll get articles to know what's going on in your in the 2A world. Use sign-up links. That's one of the things that you can use, but there's also something called RSS feeds. It's called Really Simple Syndication, and it's called, the mic is coming in and out. I don't know what's going on with it. That mic is. How's that? Is that better? It's okay, because it keeps getting loud and then not loud. RSS feeds, Really Simple Syndication. So it's a service that will treat the message on any particular board, like so Bearing Arms, for example, you can apply to get your RSS feed, and it'll come right in your inbox anytime a new post comes up, and it'll be right there for you, so you can track that easier. Not that that's bacon per se, but it's just another way for you to get technology working for you. push notifications. So download and use all the major local and news apps on your mobile devices. And that means yes to CNN, that means yes to CBS, that means yes to NBC, all of it. Sign up for all of it. And even if certain services require a subscription, so some of your local news may require you to have a subscription in order to get all of the news that's available. You could still get those headlines, and you could still get some of the information from that. And then from there, you can look up the information that you're trying to see. Enable push notifications. So again, that's another thing that you want to do. Once you download all those apps, enable those push notifications. If you have those push notifications enabled, then you'll get that at the top of your screen. I'm sure everybody's more than familiar with that. It's just a storm of media, right? And again, even if the subscription is required, don't be afraid of signing up for something, because that news is still relevant to you. You just might have to get it from a different source. And then here's the other thing. Brace for the 24-hour news cycle, and it'll enhance your life. And if you ask Mrs. P about it, she'll tell you she loves that my phone goes off 24/7. It really works out well. Okay, networking. So look at this group of patriots here. Isn't this a great group of people? Connect with other content creators, and don't be afraid to share tips and collaborate. So everybody in here, I consider you all colleagues. So if somebody would have called me up and say, hey, I got this idea, can you help me develop it? Yeah, I'll help you develop it. I'm not going to steal your idea. Maybe we could work on something later on down the road. Or the other thing is, down the line, I might need help with something as well. So we all have to work together. And it's nice to be first, but it's best to be accurate, you know, and that's something that our network will allow us to do. And since most of us have a certain level of integrity, we'll be able to trust each other and say, hey, this is what I'm working on. Please don't steal it, you know. So rely on your network. Reach out to organizations and connect with their PR people. So there's a number of different organizations in here. I've talked to some of the PR people and say, hey, put me on your list. Make sure I'm getting your press releases. And that's another good way to let your network work for you. And you know why that's passive is because once you establish the networking, this stuff just happens, kind of set it and forget it. Yes, you need to water it a little bit, but not much. Make yourself available. Some of the best stories that I had comes from unsolicited tips. Hey, have you seen this? Have you heard this? So always making yourself available is a good thing. Okay, active techniques. Resources to consider. Filtered searches, old-fashioned searches via search engine, conventional hard news reporting, social media, and then creators to follow. So with our active techniques, there's something called invaluable resources that I'm going to talk about. Why is this going automatically? It's not supposed to do that. Okay. Active techniques. Congress.gov. So this is a resource that many of you might be familiar with. I don't know why it's doing that, but that's all right. Congress.gov is a wonderful resource. You can go there to get different information on legislation that's coming out. So one of the other things that's cool about Congress.gov is not only the current and past legislation, but you also have copies of congressional records. So those congressional records are incredibly important when you're doing research. I don't know why this is doing this, I'm sorry. The speeches, articles, and all that stuff, that can end up into congressional record. So when Congress people are talking about something on the floor, they might say, I'd like the following entered into the record. And next thing you know, somebody's bunk research or somebody's good research is now entered in the congressional record. So all of the stuff like the assault weapon ban garbage, all of that nonsense, like a lot of the research that was based on, or at least it got started on, that's in congressional record. And that's something that we need to keep in mind. So Congress.gov is an absolute treasure trove of information, and it goes way back. And of those congressional records, some of the stuff that's there you might not be able to get if it's like really, really old on Congress.gov, like some of the committee reports and things like that. That doesn't mean that all is lost. So this is, I'd say, a place for you to familiarize yourself with and understand how to work and navigate. Because there's a lot of information in there. And what I really love about Congress.gov is it's kind of untarnished. It's not like they take out the government highlighter and take out a Sharpie and start blacking everything out. What's in the congressional record is available for everyone, so they don't censor it. It's not yet, at least, right? So Congress.gov is a place that I'd like everybody to put in the back of their minds. Google Books. Now, this is a great resource right here. I know everyone sometimes recoils at the G word, but we want to use DuckDuckGo and some of these other resources. Google Books is a place where you can get access to what I call dusty old yellow books. Okay, and usually this old stuff is free, and you don't have to pay for it. You just got to look for it. It has many pieces of old congressional records that are not in Congress.gov. So something that you might be looking for in congressional record that seems to not exist on Congress.gov, you might be able to find right here in Google Books. Old committee reports, and this is incredibly important when you're doing research on some of your historical stuff and wanting to know where different laws might have come from or different speeches that legislators have made. When it comes to, and again, that phrase, text, history, and tradition, you can search for all kinds of dated material that's worth citing. And again, these are books that are available for free. Filtered searches, I just threw that up there. It's something that I use. Everybody should be familiar with it. You can filter by date and time. So let's say you were looking for something from, the era of the 1968 Gun Control Act. A lot of newspapers and news sources have digitized their content. So if you do a date and time search, you might actually get a result from 1968 because that's when that periodical came out. Or let's just say you're looking for something, say, pre-parking or whatever. You can look for certain terms. So, work off of your date and time filters when you're doing your searches. You can also filter by exact results, by putting things in quotes and things like that. And also excluding or including topics with pluses or minuses. And again, you're going to want to know your search engine and how that engine works, but utilize the filtered searches that they have available. Regular no-fill searches, I call this spinning the roulette wheel. Just put in a term that you're looking for and don't use any filters or modifiers and see where it takes you. But you can get good results that way too. Old-fashioned hard news reporting. Make those phone calls and get those quotes to use. What's great is also email, right? So email is a set it and forget it thing. If you're trying to get a quote from somebody, you send it out there, and then it gives the person or the group an opportunity to respond and really think about what they want to say. Also, it doesn't leave any moments where they say, you were misquoting them or anything like that. I can take your quote verbatim and plug it in there. It's not always important to get a I gotcha moment when you're, trying to get quotes from somebody. And then, of course, you said, you may also get no reply, which says it also. The Acme company did not respond to our request for comment dialing. And sometimes that's all that needs to be said. The story's right there. These people don't care enough to respond to what you're asking them. And that speaks volumes. Follow up with contacts. So a quick what's going on phone call. And again, this leans on your network. Like anybody in this room, I could probably call and be like, hey, what's going on? Next thing you know, I got a lead. It happened last night. Got a couple of leads. Like, hey, got a couple of things that I want to talk to you about later. So again, old-fashioned news reporting, leaning on that network and using the old resources of picking up the phone and, just reaching out to touch people, right? And again, have you heard about, right, the network? Hey, Cheryl, have you heard about this thing? Have you heard about that? Again, that could yield a great story. Keep a watchful eye on social media. It's good for gathering tips. and leads. You can track a lot of what's going on, the heartbeat of things on social media. Memes, and it's something that we were talking about earlier. Memes are incredibly effective means of communication. If you're going to share, though, what I want to say is, they need verification. But do use your memes. They're great. Good for hunting down sources and getting first-hand accounts. Somebody said. Well, you might be able to find that somebody through social media. And next thing you know, you have your lead on your big story. And then, follow content creators. So you have YouTube, we have podcasts, we have radio, we have blogs. We have so much content up there that you can subscribe to and take in. And I subscribe to all of this, and it's really out of hand. My life gets a little boring sometimes because I take it all in. But the point being is we're all content creators for the most part. Follow each other, like each other's material, and use that, to help you get your news. So make sure you vet your leads and all of your sources of information. Don't just run with what you've got. That's me with holding up nearly 300 pounds of man with these two fingers. Your eyes could be deceiving. So make sure that you vet your information. If you're using conjecture, say you're using conjecture in your writing and your reporting, and same thing with opinion. If you're using opinion, say it's opinion. In closing, so historical records, very important. Lean on those two resources. If you take anything away from this, is congress.gov and Google Books, very great resources. Mainstream media, social media, all of these resources, subscribe to everything and get pelted with information, and let the technology do the work for you. So subscribe to make yourself available. When you're signing off, this is where you can find it. And then don't be afraid to get there. And that's about the end of the presentation. This is where you can find it.
And right on time. You were worried about it, and you did. All right. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. John Petrolino, we so appreciate all that you do out there. I know a lot of us use the work that you present and share, myself included. All right, we've got a little tiny schedule change I need to talk about. When we have our break later, instead of it being from 3 to 3:15, it's 3 to 3:10. So we're just shaving off 5 minutes. But the reason you're going to want to rush back in here is that we're going to do the gun drawing early. So we will be doing the gun drawing between 3:10 and 3:15, and there is still time to get in your vote and make sure that you actually vote correctly on this candy situation, because everyone knows that you don't like black licorice, right? Is that vote tampering? What was that I just did? I don't know. I know. Sorry. Point of order, sir. Point of order. Okay. So, all licorice matters. Fantastic. So be sure and get your vote in for that, because that is a pretty cool looking coffee cup out there that somebody can win from that drawing. All right. Pause.
Piggyback about.
right. Are we going again? The other thing is candy corn. Ew. I don't even know why that's in that bag. Tootsie Rolls? No. I'm sorry. It's all about Reese's. If we don't have Reese's, we don't have candy. All right. I see a hand. Yes. Because they're listening. So Twitter advanced alert. Advanced search. And Hugh, introduce yourself, please. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. And so you were going to expound on, unless they're going to kick me off of here. So show of hands. Candy corn. And something we can mention to the
He's a daily DUI or all several sections to up to date that day. S P Wentworth at S P U
beautifully. All right, we have a debate going on. We will clarify in a moment. Are we ready to roll? All right, fantastic. We're back online. And coming up next, you know what else I wanted to mention to everybody online and out here is Ops Lens is a smartphone app, and they are streaming all of this that we are doing. So be sure to check them out as well. Coming right up, we have Floyd Bailey. He didn't become a anonymous guy until later in life. Christian was lost Mike a bit. My awesome friend, Lloyd.
Oh, wait.
For people watching online, we are trying to take. Still working on. Yeah. Has anyone ever heard of Alec? Yep. Hey, somebody take the field goal. Oh, and to answer the question, no, I'm not going to put Pornhub up on the big screen. Ooh. Cheryl, we're going
You know, it's the subtle. All right, Dan Waz, are you nearby? Dan Waz has left.
Okay, really impromptu, folks. We're going to do a 15-minute break. When we come back, we're going to draw for the gun, and then we'll figure out who's going to be speaking. Let's do a 15-minute break. It is now, my watch says it's 2:16. It hasn't failed me yet. Let's be back in here at 2:30. We're going to draw for the gun, and you must be present to win. So that'll make sure everybody's back in here.
Well, that's Rebecca's song. Where's she at? Singing my world, healing me softly with his song, healing me with his black licorice bat.
Black licorice rule.
Because it doesn't like
Okay, everybody, let's get in and get your seat taken, please. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. Here. Check. Test. Test check. Okay. Audio test. And I need to come over here to the front, and we're going to All right. Is everybody in? You must be present to win. You must be present to win. Headsets are the headset for that board is super affordable. Okay. I see Susan inside. Susan, is everybody in from outside? I get a thumbs up. Okay, let's do this. Does anybody here want to win a gun? All right. For people that were registered, anybody who is on the board with me and Susan is not eligible to win. But if you are registered and you are not on the board, if you are not on the conference call that helps set this thing up, and you are here, you are eligible to win. Let me reach down and get this. Hey, look at this. It's a Taurus. And that's actually a good looking gun. This Yehuda, this is a Taurus TX22. Okay, TX22. That's actually a very good looking gun. It's chocolate green. Nice. Very nice. I went to random.org. We're going to generate a random number, and as long as that person is here, we're going to give that person his Taurus. And number 17 is here. Number 17 that registered for the conference is here. And how much do I want to tease this? I've known this person for 10 years this year. That should narrow it. Who here has known me for 10 years? Besides Susan, there's one other person in this room that has known me for 10 years. Rob Morse, you just want yourself a gun. The Black Tie Guns, by the way, is the sponsor. And gentlemen, if you want to go over by that table, so you can get on, go over by the table over here so we can get you on camera. we're gonna actually face this camera so we can. Let me get over here. Yes. We're gonna see if we can get Rob in there. There we go. Rob winning the Taurus from Black Tie Guns. And this, again, it was random.org that gave us the number. The number was 17, and Rob was the 17th person to register. Of course, now this all has to go through. Rob is a Louisiana dude, used to be a California dude, but Rob is Louisiana. He has to go through FFL, get transferred, all that stuff. Real quick while we're doing it, if you did the yeah, if you voted on the Black British versus Canadian thing, so the winner of the you all are nuts. You all are just anyway. Of all the votes, we're going to reach in. One of you is going to be getting this flyer and also the declaration. This is okay. Listen to you. Win the luck. Now is he the M&M peanut? All right. I'm going to hand this back over to Sharon, who are very, very smart people.
Off again. All right. Are we really ready to roll? Everybody happy? Good? All right. So, you know what? Even at the best of but when you're in a room full of people like we are, the networking and seeing happening is just making my heart grow. Right? Everybody get that? Okay. So, moving along, I have already introduced this amazing gentleman. I'm going to hand the help over to Boyd Bailey. Boyd, take it away.
So, host today, what I'm doing is the way people like, you have someone else who does this for you, right, with a mixing. Those of us who are independent podcasters, that's the hard way. The easy way is to do it. I use Reaper. I started out using Audacity. If Audacity or part of it, it doesn't matter what DAW is going to be applicable no matter which DAW you prefer. So, next. So who is this presentation for? This is for independent podcasters who use a digital audio workstation to edit and produce a podcast, and who use music in your podcast, and you talk over that music, like for show intros or segues. There are some podcasts, they may have a stinger at the beginning, they don't talk over it. But most of the time, what I'm going to be talking about here today is for those of you who are using music and trying to figure out how to control levels and talk over the music at the same time so that it's understandable. All right, next one. All right, so I have a bit of a confession. I just realized that kind of looks like Paul. I called this presentation a conflict of character flaws because I have 3 character flaws, well, 3 that I'm going to admit to you today. But these 3 have a bearing on today's presentation, and I wrote them down on the poster board earlier. So let's get to the first one. I'm a perfectionist. I want it done right. I want it done perfectly. I noodle and tweak and edit constantly. When I first started out doing the podcast, when I was here last, 5 years ago at the first Amm-Con, I was spending over 3 hours per episode in post-production editing. That doesn't count show prep. That doesn't count the actual recording. That's just me noodling around in my DAW trying to get it perfect. So as a perfectionist, you end up spending hours in post-production. You're trying to cut out every as you heard, every filler word, all the mistakes. You're trimming all of the dead air, and it's never good enough. And I saw in some of your boards earlier, this is a character flaw that you and I share. All right, let's go to the next one. I'm a lazy bastard. I do not have any patience for minutia. I want things at the same time that I want it perfect. I want it done with the least amount of effort. I absolutely hate all that. The 3 hours I was spending noodling and tweaking, I hated every second of it. I wanted it done, and I wanted it done right then. All right, next. I'm a cheapskate. And this may apply to some of you, and some of you who are trying to start podcasts. I don't want to spend money if it can be done for free. This may apply to some of you, or may have at some point. I prefer to think of it as being thrifty, but let's be honest, I'm cheap. All right, so let's get to the next one. So the question, this is why I call it a conflict of character flaws. How do you do a podcast that sounds professional, with a minimal amount of effort, without wasting all of that time in editing, and while spending as little amount of money as possible? So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. And the first of those, we're going to address that first flaw. Go ahead and hit the next one. The first tip for you is what I think Craig had talked about earlier, being able to accept that it's good enough, right? Don't spend all your time trying to cut out every mistake, every bit of dead air, every filler word, every and If you do, your show is going to sound sterile. It doesn't sound like you talk if you cut all of those things out. So you have to be willing to say it's good enough. I can live with this. That was hard for me. Only cut if this stuff, if the ums and uhs and the dead air, if they become excessive, or if you have a time limit. For example, Armed Lutheran Radio is also on a Christian station in Oregon, so they only allot me 55 minutes, so I have to trim my show down to fit that slot. So don't over-edit your shows. Next. Now, this is where we get into the saving time and making things easier. Get organized by creating folder structures on your computers to make it easier for you to find your content. At first, I did not do this, and so this has been developed over time. When you start to build your new episode each week, or however often you're putting the show together, if you have all of your content in one place where you know you can easily access it, you can build your show faster. So we'll show you, I'll just pull back the curtain here and give you an idea of how I do it. I'm not suggesting that you have to do it this way, but this is just to give you an idea of how I do it, and this was learned the hard way over time. So I have a podcast folder, as you can see, and inside that folder I have 3 subfolders for art, which is basically logos and cover art for my episodes. Audio, which is the stuff that I reuse. So this would be music beds, this would be intro and outro music, this would be voiceovers. And episodes, where I put the episodic content. Inside of episodes, I break it down by year, and then inside of each year, I break it down by episode. So when I get content from other contributors to my show, I dump it in I create a new folder for the new episode, and I dump that content in there. When I record my intro or my segment, it goes in there. That way, when I'm building my show, it's all in one place. I don't have to go hunting for it. All right, next slide. So tip number 3, this is going to save you a ton of time. I was not doing this in 2017. This is a huge time saver. Create templates in your DAW. A template is basically just the elements that you use for every show. The intro and outro music, the voiceovers, all of that stuff. That way, when you go to create the new episode, all you have to do is create a project, open the template, and then drop your new content into that template and save it as a new episode. So this is going to save you a ton of time because you don't have to create everything from scratch. Go ahead. So this is an example of the most complicated template I have. When we have a minimum of 7 pieces of audio that I use when I build a show every week. And that's if I'm the only person speaking, or if it's just me and a guest, maybe sometimes me and a guest. When I have all of my contributors on the show, I have 4 other contributors, or 3 other contributors, it balloons to like 20 pieces of content that I have to manage. That's a mess. And when I was here in 2017, all of that was all over the place on different tracks. So what I've done is I've simplified. All the tracks are color-coded and they are labeled so I know exactly what goes where. And I've put all of the audio in red, all the music is in red on the same track. That way I can apply the same processing, the same effects to that track without having to go and find all the different pieces of music. And then I have my voiceovers on their own track instead of having them on different tracks. Hit the next one. Then all I have to do is take the content from my episode folder and drop it into my template. Now what I've done is I've taken these and I've staggered them so that I can so I have the starting point for each of the tracks relatively close to the segues for each of those segments. And the reason for that is going to be apparent here in just a moment. Next. So go ahead and click it one more time. There's a little bit of... So I do something called ripple editing. And this has nothing to do with Fred Sanford's favorite adult beverage. I Don't know if every DAW calls it this, but Reaper does. And basically what this means is that when you move one element within your project, everything else that follows it moves in relation to it. So as you can see, I can just drag one element at a time. It's my segue. And I can drag them to the end, drop them, drag the next one, and in about 15 seconds, I'm done. Now I'll go back and I will, even with there's a little bit of noodling in here with me trying to get the zoom right, and even at that, it's still like 15 seconds. And then I'll go back and I will zoom in on each of the segues and try to fine tune them just a bit to make sure that I didn't overlap things. Okay. So, I lost my place. I don't remember what I was going to talk about here. So, I know what I was going to. So let's talk about fades and ducking. I actually had an audio sample here I was going to play for you to give you an example of what we're talking about. But we don't have any audio, so that's okay. There was a question or a comment earlier about audio levels, I think, following Craig's presentation. So what we're talking about here is fading music out and ducking the music underneath your voice so that the two don't conflict with one another. So go ahead and hit the next one. I'll show you an example of what this is. So there's 3 methods to do this. And the first one is what I did for years, and this cost me tons and tons of time, manually fading or ducking the track. Or you can use an effect called sidechain compression, or you can use a tool like a Phonic Multi-Track, which is what I use now. Go ahead. So here's an example of how you manually fade, and if you'll click it one more time, I think I have an example of me trying to do this. So to manually fade, you actually have to carve out headroom for each of the voiceover tracks so that the music ducks underneath. You can still hear it in the background, but it doesn't interfere with the voiceover. As you can see, this is not clean or easy. You can do this once in your template and save it, but you still have to tweak. And the reason for that, if you'll notice, the volume level on that particular track is particularly low. So if I tried to apply the same template or the same ducking to every one of my episodes, it might not come out right. So I still have to tweak it. So go to the next one. So these are the downsides, right? You still have to do it manually. You still have to play with it manually. It may require that you adjust the volume of other tracks so that they're audible over the music. It's just not as flexible as the other 2 methods. So I'm going to show you the other 2 real quick here. So I'm not going to show you an animated example of this one. This is sidechain compression. Now this is used mostly in music production, but basically what sidechain compression does is you put a compression effect on the audio, the music track, and then you chain that to the audio, one of the vocal tracks, so that it automatically drops whenever that audio track hits a certain threshold. That's great, it's automated, but the problem is it still requires some tweaking. And so it may jump in and out and create some really awkward transitions that don't sound good, where the music fades in and fades out really fast. So there's still a lot of tweaking to do. Last one. So it's not set and forget. You have to adjust it just like the manual editing, and it can result in some really awkward transitions. So let's go to the last. I'll speed through this.
Speaking of awkward transitions.
I know. So I use a Phonic Multi-Track. Basically, it does all of the post-processing for you. What you do is once you get your project created, you then export all of your tracks so that you have an individual audio file for each track. You dump those, hit the next one. We're going to speed through these really fast. One more. You dump all of those into a Phonic Multi-Track. You tell it you want to adaptively level the tracks so that you don't get, I think the question earlier was about volume, where you get odd volume changes. This will adaptively level the audio so that all of it sounds the same volume level throughout the show. And then you just hit process all files and you have an MP3 that you can upload to your hosting service. And I think that is probably as far as I'm going to go with it, because I have a couple other, and I think Cheryl will kill me if I go any further. So it was just more explanation. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'll be happy to answer any. And thank you for your time, and thank you for your forbearance.
Thank you so much for that. Leave the lapel mic up here if you could. You know, when we were talking about who to bring in to talk to us, I remember Paul said specifically that Lloyd has the best sounding podcast. Don't turn it off.
I'm gonna jump in. Lloyd has the tightest audio podcast of anybody I've ever listened to, and I've listened to a ton of podcasts. Lloyd's the best around. If you can make your podcast sound like his podcast, you are master level.
Wow, that's super high praise. And you're going to be around, right? I mean, I know we rushed you and you didn't get to finish, but you've got your presentation, you've got your notes. Bend his ear. Ask him questions. That is what we are here for, to learn from one another. Thank you again so much, Lloyd Bailey. All right, and I'm doing the humming thing. All right. Once again, we bring to the stage from all the way back at the far corners of the room, the one and only, the author of Good Gun, Bad Guy book series, Dan Was. And I got to entertain a little while. You know what? I will tell y'all, since we're talking about bending Lloyd's ear and learning from him, there is something specific that Dan and I need, my husband Dan and I, Dan the other guy, right there, right? No, see, that is such a funny thing that he came up with. I'm Dan, the other guy. I'm like, so does that make me a guy too? Because I got to up my game if that's what, like, right? Or the other guy meaning, I don't know. It's so confusing, but we love it, and we use it. What we need is to better understand the back end of WordPress. That's what I wrote on my board. If anybody in here is a WordPress genius and will lend me their time, please. Beth, see, you know everything. I should have just known. Dave, you know, all right. I have my A team at an arm's length, and I didn't realize because, as Yehuda has told me multiple times, right? But did you ask? So, right, as he walks in the door, right on cue, Yehuda. All right, are we good to go now? Fantastical. All right, the one, the only, the author of the Good Gun, Bad Guy book series. Okay, clipping on. Okay, not clipping on. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. No. Okay. All right. So can we get it on? Yeah, there we go. All right. So this is I'm gonna try to make this really quick. So we're talking about a lot of media stuff, a lot of things we can do. Great audio from Lloyd. This kind of plays off what I talked about earlier this morning. So creating a thumbnail for your videos. 4 components that I think are important that we try to focus on. Does it relate to your target audience? In other words, in our case, it's gun owners possibly, but it depends. You might have a tighter target audience. Quality of your thumbnail should be, of course, it should be good. And is the message clear? Because sometimes you can look at thumbnails and have no idea what the show is about. I'm going to show you a few thumbnails as examples, and then show you how we build our thumbnails for our Loaded Mic show. The best size thumbnail for YouTube is 1280 by 720 pixels in JPEG, GIF, or PNG. The idea of the thumbnail is to let the viewer know what the show is about and entice them to click on it. That's probably the most important piece. Of course, your thumbnail should carry consistent branding, so when you see them, people know that it's your show. This one I thought was pretty cool. It happens to be on editing. This is just coincidental, but you know what it's about when you're clicking on this, because I was looking for some editing information for one particular audio piece we were working on, and I typed in editing and or audio editing, and this is one that came up. So you got a good message there. It's pretty clear. The guy's a little goofy, but at least you understand what you're going to be hearing. It entices curiosity. So then I'm going to move on. I'm going to try to get through these kind of quick. Now, this one's interesting. Steven Crowder, because the picture tells the story, and you'll notice there's no wording in it at all besides the logo. Photo of Steven Crowder is good because it says, it says you got to see this. I mean, you just look at the expression on his face, and you kind of want to see what's going on there. And the Scooby-Doo photo implies that they're going to be revealing something. So you just kind of want to click on it, see what happens. But it doesn't seem to appeal to any specific audience. That's the only downside with this thumbnail that I could see. But Louder with Crowder fans are pretty much the audience. So they'll pretty much, his diehard fans will pretty much watch whatever he puts out. But I like this because of the unveiling element. So Joe Rogan does something a little different with his thumbnails. He literally takes a snapshot from the show and the number of the episode. So you know exactly. Because when you watch Rogan, you're usually watching for the guest. That the guest is the main focal point on his show. So I think it works for him. It doesn't work for what I would do, but it works for him. And then he went and he kind of changed things around a little bit more recently, but still the same concept. It's really about Joe Rogan and the guest, and it's clear. There's no words. There's nothing there except who the guest is. That's all you really need to know with his stuff. Okay, so the next one is this is my son. This is my son Danny Wells. That good-looking guy there is my son, and he's got a show called Seen It Before. It's a movie review web show, and I think he is probably the best at thumbnails. Not only because he's my son, but because he's definitely got a branding skill, and all his thumbnails have that branding. You see the logo down at the bottom left. The purple color is always his. He always uses that white, likes that white outline. And by looking at this, it's a movie review show. You know what the review is going to be about. So you know what movie they're going to review. You don't even need any words on this thumbnail. It's going to be a review about the Thor movie. Another one from him. This is his co-host, and it's basically the same concept. You know what this show is going to. You know what movie they're going to be reviewing in this video. So the idea here that I see with Seen It Before is that it's really very simple, but the quality is there. And so let me go back to the main things we're looking for. We're looking for a target audience. In this case, it's movie reviews. We're looking for quality. We're looking for a clear message and a curiosity factor. So let me move on here. They did one more I wanted to just show. They have a Duel of the Debates, which, you know what they're going to be talking about just by looking at the thumbnail. That's pretty self-explanatory. Now, this is one that is everyone familiar with the Minuteman moment from GOA? We produced these videos for them and for a while, and this was a thumbnail that we produced out of our studio, and the message was very clear. You know what you're going to be talking about, and it was very simple and basic. I thought that was a good thumbnail. I didn't create that. My son Danny Wass Jr. actually created that. But we're talking about pistol braces. It's pretty simple. This was when they were there was some legislation coming down. So that was pretty self-explanatory. So so now I'm going to show you some of mine. And I'm trying to hit the same components. Remember, we want our target audience, which is in our industry, it's gun owners, Second Amendment advocates. So we've got the target audience. Quality, I think is pretty good. It's pretty clean. It's good quality. The message is clear. We're talking about the big gun ban they're trying to push, and the curiosity factor. I think is there. I'm going to roll through some other ones so you can get an idea of how our branding is consistent. You kind of know what this is. This is after the Dobbs case, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned. It's pretty self-explanatory. The titling is there. The word that's highlighted is important. And obviously the photo. Now, a lot of people don't put words and titles in. I like to have both. I think it's good when you can have a message there and you can have a photo. Here's another one. Still very simple, and you'll notice the branding is always the same. The message is there. We know what the show is going to be about. There's no question. And there's probably a good level of curiosity. So Baldwin says he didn't pull the trigger, so what was the outcome here? What are we going to find out? What's the curiosity factor on this one? Again, just pointing out the main components of what we're going to talk about, keeping it simple, keeping the message clear, curiosity factor, quality, and branding. This is my all-time favorite. Well, one of my two favorites. And I think it's good because it brings up a question that I've been asking, or a thing that I've been saying for a while, that there's no such thing as ghost guns. They're always trying to create new narratives and new terminology. So, and I just love the Casper. I just thought it was kind of cool and just created some level of curiosity. The branding is there, and I believe it looks good. This one here is my all-time favorite, and for a few reasons. It's simple, and I think Rob Morrison and I talked about gun benevolence, and I think Rob, you might have even been on this episode. So talk about there's no such thing as gun violence. There's gun benevolence because guns are used more often to save lives. So that was the whole premise of this whole thing. But you don't really know. You're looking at gun benevolence. So what is that? What does that mean? There's a bit of curiosity there. Very simple. And a sexy woman carrying an AR-15, that can never be bad. So I always like that one. Then we do stuff like this, Simple, gets the point across. So the point to all this is really just focus on your message, your curiosity factor, the quality, and your target audience. This one kind of went against our target audience. Really, we're primarily a Second Amendment audience, but this topic, this show went kind of against it a little bit, and we got talking on more different, some different things. This one was kind of cool. Really sends the message out. Pretty self-explanatory. Where we're looking for quality, we're looking for branding, consistency, clear message. And so what I'll do now is just basically show you how simple it can be. I'm going to keep this really quick. The way we build it is simple. We start with our branded background. That's always the same. It's a background that we created. We added the lightning. It's ours. We add simple things like a border. It's really only got a few components. Put your logo in. Logo is always important. You might want to keep your logo in the bottom left, because when you look at YouTube and Rumble and stuff like that, there's always stuff going on in the bottom right, subscribe button and all that sort of stuff. So you don't want that. You don't want your logo getting covered up. Get going with your message. And give them a good image. Quality, consistency, branding, your target audience, and curiosity factor. Those are the things you want to focus on. We use all the Adobe stuff, all the Adobe products. So that's Photoshop right there. You can use Photoshop, Illustrator. great graphics programs if you can, once you figure them out. They tend to be a little complex, but you'll get them. You'll get it. For our video editing, we use Adobe Premiere. I don't know how many people are familiar with Premiere. You get all the options, all your tracking options, and your color correction, and just all sorts of stuff. And then for audio, I know Lloyd was just talking about Audacity and some of those programs. We actually use Audition, which is an Adobe. So again, you can do your multi-layers, and you can see all the if you look at that green track, you can see all the vocal adjustments. You can, in that particular case, and Lloyd probably would say use a dehummer or something like that, but that's to take breaths out. So we're taking sections and just going through and taking all the breaths out, because between sentences we breathe in, and with audiobooks and stuff like that, you don't want that breath and stuff. So that's just some of the little stuff that we did with audio. That's it. So creating an effective thumbnail, does it relate to your target audience? Is it of good quality? Is your message clear? And is there a curiosity factor? That's it. Any questions? Thank you. Yeah.
Figures the tech doesn't turn the mic on. How accurate have you found the help file to be in Adobe in terms of addressing the exact issues that you want to address?
I never ever use it. I always go into YouTube and I type in what I'm trying to do, and there's always somebody out there giving you a full tutorial on everything, whether it's pulling green screen or any audio fixes or.
Did you ever read the Peanuts cartoon?
Yeah.
There's this wonderful scene of Charlie Brown just eviscerating the box, and Linus says to him, "Amazing, Charlie Brown. The Snicker Snack Company spends $40 million developing a new open lid, and you rip the whole top clean off."
Well, it's true. I find it's easier to just go to do a YouTube tutorial on this stuff, and because sometimes the help sections are really complex, and you're reading forever. If you know you're looking for one particular thing, like let's say it's a green screen pull. Let's say you want to figure out what this guy is doing with his backlighting or something. You can even scrub through the instructional video, and you can see in the video when he starts talking about backlighting. So I like it better. I just like YouTube tutorials better. So anything else? Are we good? Nope. Okay. Thank you.
Awesome. Way to be concise. I love it. I'm never under time. I don't even know what that's like. You're going to have to teach me that trick. All right, we are going to take a quick break. And Paul, please remind me. Oh, Paul's gone. I guess I'm going to have to remind myself. This is a 5-minute break. So according to my clock, we have to be back in here at 3:18. Everybody agree? All right.
Audio chat. Okay. Hey, folks, real fast. All of you should have received this ancient-looking thing called a piece of paper that you can take this thing that you were given called a pen, and you can mark on this piece of paper your thoughts about Amm-Con. I would really appreciate it if you would fill this thing out. If you need a pen, come see me. I've got all kinds of these things I would love to get rid of. We've been trying to get rid of these pens for 6 years. I bought way too many of them. But fill these things out, turn them into the cute redhead outside the front door. That way we can continue making this better each year for you.
All right. I think I'm on. Yep. Okay. Well, did everybody have a good break? I'm going to have to interrupt the coffee clutch. I'm so sorry. Victoria, you have so much to share, and I put your name in for next year. I'm just saying. I may or may not have done that. And the Pew Pew Jew is about to leave the building. We love you. Thank you for everything. Have an awesome Sabbath, sir. All right. Yes, for sure. Okay, coming up next, a personal friend of mine. I could say that in front of the name of every single person we've introduced. I am such a fortunate and blessed person. Miss Beth Bauman is a full-time digital marketer and political fundraiser. You can find her writings at everything, right? Armed American News. She's previously served as the political reporter and editor at The Daily Wire, associate editor at Town Hall, weekend editor at The Blaze. I mean, I'm name dropping all over the place. Somebody's going to have to clean up on aisle 2 over here. A contributor for The Truth About Guns, Bearing Arms, and Politichicks. Her work has been featured in Fox News, Washington Times, World Net Daily, and Real Clear Politics. And she also has been a guest on Gun Freedom Radio. All right, here is the floor, Miss Beth Bauman.
You know, one of the most awkward things is having to write your own bio. You're never sure, like, how much info to give and how much to hold back. You don't want to brag, but you also, you know, want to give yourself some credibility. So I apologize for that. My resume or CV spans all over the place. I've been fortunate enough to make a living writing full-time, even though that was something that I never did, quite honestly. It was me trying to pay the bills after losing a job, and I've been fortunate enough to do that for the last 5 years, and up until recently went back to my PR roots. And so I want to talk to you guys a little bit about going from being an activist to being a journalist. And I think there's a really big difference. Now, coming from the conservative world, my views are a little bit different. I will fully admit that everything I write will have a conservative bias to it, and those are the people, those are my readers. And I'm not afraid to say that. I'm not going to be like MSNBC or CNN and say, we give you the news unfiltered. Like, no. So I started out being, oh, there's a cricket right here. Interesting. No, there really is a cricket. So I started being an activist, protesting various things in college, almost got kicked out of school for that. And no, I really almost did. NAU. Anyways, so I took my love of politics and my background in public relations and said, hey, I need to keep up my writing skills so that I can advocate for my clients. If I can't write a basic press release or a basic paragraph, how am I ever going to get my clients in the media? Well, that kind of transitioned me into a full-time writing career. And in the process, I always had a love for the Second Amendment, but I found my voice. And anybody who's read my work knows that there are 3 things I am always. Sarcastic. That's my brand, is sarcasm. And I really try to be relatable to the people. put things into perspective. How does this impact me? Great. So you're an activist, but you want to be a journalist. Memes are great. They're funny, but let's be real. We're just playing to everybody in the room here. And we need to get more people in our movement and more people to see things the way we see them, because our rights and liberties are under threat. And the biggest way we do that is reading legislation. Okay. It is great to rely on the Second Amendment Foundation and NSSF and NRA for these talking points, but we need to go through and read the bills. Plain and simple. The last gun control bill, the Senate bill, I was the only person from what we've seen online to fully read the bill and do a bill analysis. And I did that while they were voting. Okay. So I did a Twitter thread. Here's what I found. Here's what they're going to do. Here's how that impacts you. You know? And we need to get back to the basics of that. I know there's been a lot of talk about growing social media platforms or sphere of influence. I think that's great, but I think too many of us are afraid to do the hard work. How many in here have actually pulled up any kind of legislative bill and read it front to back? Awesome. How many of you guys are sharing what you find with other people? Awesome. How many of those things are being shared around? Are you being effective at reaching your audience? Or are you reaching the echo chamber? Right? And so that's where getting back to the basics, John kind of talked a little bit about this earlier, about, you know, going to congress.gov, about creating relationships with each other. But we need more people like me to sit down, read the bills, and disseminate the bills. And then those of you meme makers, go to town, because quite honestly, that's beyond my capability at times. I'm a policy wonk, and I think we need to get better about that so that we can reach new people. Actually, at the last JRPC I was at in 2018, 19, I don't know, wherever it was in Phoenix. One of my dear friends came and sat in the room because I was speaking, and she listened and she said, wow, I really learned a lot of things that I had no clue about. And I had all of these preconceived notions. So by breaking down bills and things like, you know, expanding background checks, great, you're going to turn into a criminal if you hand your gun over to a domestic violence survivor while she waits to get a gun. When you put it into perspective like that, that is breaking it down to everyday people with real impacts. The other side is great at using emotional appeals to abuse people. And I say it as abuse because they're conning people into seeing and believing that gun control is the way. And we can retake the narrative by, one, disseminating the information that is factually accurate from the law, and two, translating it directly into what it means. And that is a really hard concept to do. I think it's very easy for some of us to get lazy and to pull up like a really ridiculous CNN article, page 12 paragraphs, and give our opinion. That doesn't move the needle. That doesn't change minds. That's just us agreeing with each other. And to me, that's never been the goal. I always want to put out something that, you know, one of us can send to each other and say, hey, you know you don't know a ton about guns, but here's this coming down the line, and it will have a direct impact on me. That is how we start winning the narrative. That is how we start taking back our country. That is how we start really getting back to the heart of everything that this community is so passionate about. I have a saying that I wrote down. Where'd it go? I wrote it down. So, see, this is what happens when I wrote too long notes for myself. Know your goal, which is to protect the Second Amendment. Be accurate, not fast. I would rather publish something that is accurate that people can reference than to have to be the first one to say, oh my God, I got my name out there first, and then have to go back and stealth edit or have an editor's note. Be someone that people can rely on, you know, and it's because of that integrity. I've had people like the NRC or various campaigns come to me and say, hey, we have an exclusive story for you because we know you have the integrity to carry things out. AWR is in the back. I'm sure he can probably attest to that as well. Being someone who, you know, takes the time to do those things. Being an activist is about motivating people to get out the vote. Being a journalist is about informing them, and being both is a powerful weapon. So just remember that. Any questions? Wow. No, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, they want you to have mic.
We have pieces of legislation that are larger than the Bible. I mean, they're just insane. How do you know where to stop, when to give up, where to start?
So I'm weird, and I really enjoy reading that stuff. I read Bernie's 70-page free college bill knowing that it was going to be full of garbage, and I made it through that. I've made it through 250-page bills. I mean, you have to look at it for yourself and kind of make that decision and the cost-benefit analysis. My personal thing is I tend to go through and, you know, kind of quick things and read things more in depth. And I love to do Twitter threads with these things because, one, it gets things out there faster so that other people can pick it up. I don't care if I found something ridiculous in the bill. If I want people to know how ridiculous it is, I don't need the credit for that. Like, someone else can take the credit and do it. So you have to choose that on an individual level. I can't really answer that. Yes.
I wanted to touch on two things. One, reading, understanding the bills, and then having gone, I'm a lobbyist in Virginia, so when we go to these committee meetings and stuff, the majority of the people sitting on the committee have no idea what the bill does. Mm-hmm. So being able to explain it in plain English is important. But I wanted to touch on something else you said because it's even more important. When you have a personal story that you can tell to the public and to the legislature, mm-hmm. it brings it home. It puts a face on the issue.
Absolutely. And one thing that I really reference heavily in my personal writings is the fact that I'm a sexual assault survivor. I get tired of being pegged as a woman who should be in fear for her life but never want to do anything about it. And I take back that narrative every single time. And I have no problem calling out, you know, Don Lemon or any of them dummies. And I do. And so sharing that personal story is huge. You know, that again, that's a personal decision. If you have something like that happened to you, for me, it motivates me to prevent it from happening to other young women. And so I share that because that's something that everybody can relate to. I mean, how many people in here know someone that was sexually assaulted? Almost every single hand in this room went up. And I'm okay with admitting I'm a statistic if that means it can help stop it from happening to someone else. So if, you've been the victim of a violent crime, you're seeing that you're not going to be able to defend yourself or your family, share those stories, because that changes hearts and it changes minds more than saying, well, this 10, them limiting high capacity capacity magazines will prevent me from defending my life. What the hell does that mean to someone who isn't into guns? That 10 is safe and 11 is dangerous? I mean, you got to break it down. And that is huge, huge, huge. Any other questions? Yeah.
So I don't know if it's working or not. Oh,
yep.
Okay. So my question is, when you're still developing your credibility, what is the, I guess, balance between citing groups like, say, NSSF or the NRA, or citing Heritage Foundation experts within your piece to add that credibility in, but also developing your own?
Time. I wrote for years without getting paid. I wrote for years without honestly seeking anything. I just did it because I was angry and I saw things that just made me cringe, and I felt like, I don't know, someone would care about my voice. It was never meant to be a career thing for me. It was more so for me to vent, and it just kind of happened. So I would say definitely utilize those people as a resource, include their quotes at times, but don't, and I say this as a publicist, don't just print the press release. Don't rewrite the press release entirely. And Twitter's really great. If you share a screenshot of something you found directly in the bill text, put a screenshot, embed the tweet. There's proof, it's in black and white. And people need that because it's the equivalent of highlighting through, like what he said, a huge bill, and bringing attention to a few things. So it takes time. Don't be afraid to ask questions from people and form relationships. I have a great working relationship with a lot of people at different 2A organizations, and there are times where I just call them up and I say, hey, off the record, am I reading this right? Is that the same summation that you guys came to? And there have been times where they go, that's a really good thought. I hadn't read it that way, but you're right. So developing those relationships is crucial, definitely. Any other questions? Oh.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could describe if you use any kind of automated tools. There's so much information.
So I'm a big Twitter person. I love Twitter. But a large part of that is just because even before I started doing writing full time, I was kind of forced onto the platform when I had political candidates as my client, and I had to tweet for them and do all that stuff. And over time, I've kind of personalized my feed to being a news aggregate. But we've talked about Google Alerts. We've talked about the advanced Twitter function is another one I like. Sometimes a simple thing as going to Google and typing in gun and seeing what the most recent news article is. Sometimes I go and I look to see what specific writers have written because I know that they tend to cover 2A or guns, either side. The gun feed is usually really great, although I don't know if he's been me it lately. That's kind of what I do. I mean, sometimes it's something as simple as, a news alert from, CNN and flipping the narrative on that and how I cover it. Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Cheryl, we have lost our camera. Give me some fill with the audience here while I work on it.
Thank you so much, Miss Beth. I so appreciate that. We all do. All right. So when I'm invited to give some filler space, holy cow, that could go anywhere. But I do want to remind you again to please fill out the form that lets us know. I'm on the planning committee. I'm blessed and fortunate to be able to work with the awesome people who thought this whole idea up and then work throughout the year to bring it to fruition. And when we hear back from you, it helps us know what we can do better. You know, please write on there too. Okay, you know that thing you did, stop doing that. Like, because that helps, right? And that other thing you did, more of that. So please take time to fill those out. Those are very, very valuable to us. Yeah, thank you. All right, so earlier, Dr. Robert gave us all it was actually an email address, I believe, to Stephen Wenger of the DUF Digest. Does everybody remember that? His actual email address is spwenger at spw-duf.info. All right, fantastic. We are moving right along with our next speaker. Let me make sure I have my timer going here. So our next panel, our next speaker is going to help us to reach a younger audience. And why is that important? Well, what's the stereotype, right? Who do people think are the average gun owner, right? Male, probably over 50, probably camo wearing, maybe bearded dude. I see you. I see you back there. And thank God for all of those amazing people. But we need to reach out to the next generation, and I cannot think of anybody better to help us with that than the next lady coming up right now, Rhonda Mary. She is a YouTube content creator who talks about both social and political topics, a Mississippi native. She recently became a 2A advocate, and she has a wonderful little YouTube show called Hey Y'all Tuesdays. So I just love that with her little drawl. She spreads the message about the importance of the Second Amendment, particularly for black women who are underrepresented in terms of gun ownership. She has become a wonderful resource for myself personally. As I said earlier, she is doing a takeover, where it's a wonderful experiment. She's taking over the stories part of my Instagram. How many people in here even know about Instagram stories? Oh, okay. All right. A decent number of hands. At first I was like, ay, ay, ay. I gave birth 33 years ago so that I would have a daughter who teaches me all this stuff. I mean, I plan ahead, guys. I am ahead of the curve there. And if it wasn't for my daughter and son-in-law, I'm guaranteeing you I wouldn't know half of these things. So the Gun Freedom Radio Stories is being taken over by Rhonda Mary, and she is sharing it with her audience as well as my own, and we're collaborating in that way and trying to bring more eyes to both pages. All right, are we ready? All right, it's not often I get invited to just keep on talking, but here I go. The hope of that not only is collaboration is the lifeblood of any organization, right? Find somebody that is different enough but the same enough. You've got to have the same values, really kind of the same mission. But if you're going about, you know, if your vision is maybe just a little bit different about how to engage towards that mission, I think that's how we really expand the tent. And if we are not doing that, if we're not actively seeking out that next generation, I mean, we are aging out, right? As a community, we are generally, in general terms, aging out. So we've got to capture that next generation. Good? Fantastic. Hello. Hello, world. Yes, question. I certainly can. It is SPWENGER at SPW hyphen, it's the dash, right? DUF.info, Stephen Wenger, DUF Digest. You can be replaced, David Laird. All right. Very, very good. All right, here she comes. I love it. Okay. Let me reset my timer. We don't want to short you on your minutes. Once again, the one, the only, the amazing Rhonda Mary.
Hey, y'all. So, let me see if I'm in my light. Where do I stand? All right, there we are. So, in just a second, we're going to get this video up here. I put a little time into it. So, we want to make sure that we get that up on the screen so you guys can take a look at that. But while we're doing that, let me go ahead and introduce myself. So, I am Rhonda Mary. I am a Second Amendment advocate, a native of Mississippi. I am also a political commentator. And so today I've been invited to talk to you guys about reaching a younger audience. Now we're going to talk about why that's going to be a little bit easier than probably some of you would believe. Let's see if we get, okay, there I am. I'm just kind of tiny, but we'll get it in. We'll get it here in 1 second. So if you guys want to see where I am, somebody earlier said say that at the beginning of your speech, so I'm going to go ahead and just throw that out there now. All right, if you would like to find me, I'm at Rhonda Mary on these different platforms. And while we're waiting on this, show of hands, how many of you think that we are currently in a culture war? Oh, my Lord. That's about everybody in the room. All right, can I get a mic real quick? Somebody tell me, anybody, why do you think we're in a culture war? Do we have a mic that we can get to the audience? Oh, we got a couple of hands up here. Why and how are we in a culture war? What makes you think that?
Create division.
Division. Good. We're fighting over information. Right. Can we get one more answer for the people watching? I think it's people at home watching. He said division and people are at home. People are fighting. And what else did you say? Okay.
We're in an ideological war that is going to systematically eliminate our ideals, beliefs, ethics, and morals if we don't recapture at least some of the ground that has been lost over the past 30, 40, 50 years or more.
Okay, so basically we're in an ideological war, and we got one more person right here, and then we're going to move on.
So basically we're in an information war, and what they're trying to do is control the information directed towards our youth to prevent them from understanding the freedoms that we have and we hold so dearly right now.
And one more person, then we're going to move on to the next thing.
Well, I've always been taught that politics is downstream from culture. So the way that you take over the politics is by taking over the culture. So all of us, we need to take the culture back so we can win the politics.
So it sounds like to me, oh, look, there I am. Okay, we got it up. All right. Okay, so it sounds like to me that a general consensus is that we have these conflicting ideas and beliefs and philosophies. That's actually what characterizes a culture war, when you have these different identities and these groups that are kind of colliding and conflicting. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. All right. Didn't know if the mic got turned down. All right. Okay. All right. So, what if I told you that everything that you believe about identity is wrong, or at least what you're being told to believe about identity right now in these conflicting groups? I have a quote here for you. When you change your perspective, challenges become opportunities. So today we're going to talk about how some of these what seem like they are conflicting ideas and challenges for you can actually be turned into opportunities. Next slide, please. Young people create the culture. Young people. Not so young people, you got to get over it, okay? You had your time, all right? You had your time, all right? Now, some of you in the audience, you probably had a mullet back in your day, all right? I hope that style never returns, all right? If y'all remember shoulder pads, you had regular people walking down the streets looking like linebackers, all right? That one may or may not come back, depending on if Rihanna decides to wear it or not. But it's young people that create the culture. Food, music, fashions, trends is all fueled by young people. All right, a few years ago, it was this weird avocado craze that was going on. It wasn't the not so young people, right? Even now, vegans, vegetarians, when we think about who are pushing these trends, it's young people. And so if you want to understand the culture, you're going to have to get a better understanding of young people and what they care about. Next slide, please. What's important to today's youth? Identity, all right? Identity is the distinguishing character or personality of an individual or the relation established by psychological identification. Everyone right now wants to talk about what makes them special, their interests, their background, why they're so important, this and that. Now, as soon as this picture and this word came up, some of y'all in here started cringing. You're not going to admit it, but I know you did, okay? It's a couple of you that probably want to lean into your neighbor right now and say, oh my God, I thought I was here for a Second Amendment workshop. Who brought me to the Starbucks diversity training? It's okay, all right? So we're going to get to it in a second, and it's going to all come together for you. So this is going to be increasingly important to young people. Next slide, please. So now, as we address this, your biggest problem with identity is going to be how you choose to view it. Whether you choose to view this as a challenge or opportunity. Because you have to remember, your mainstream media, your Fox, your CNN, your MSNBC, your Time Magazine, they all have an invested agenda. They have a narrative that they want to create, okay? They want to keep us colliding. But we, the Second Amendment room, we have to be able to see these opportunities so we can use them to relate and connect. All right, next slide, please. Okay, here's a quote for you. You can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. Instead of feeling hostile, challenged, or maybe even defeated by those you believe to be on the opposite spectrum of the culture war, why not use the same things that are motivating the youth currently to relate? Why not, instead of trying to stop and fight the waves, learn to surf? Next slide, please. Identity isn't just about skin color and sexuality, okay? This is a lie that you've been told by the media to make you feel hostile, indifferent, and feel like the other. We all have identities and are a part of subcultures. Athletes, soccer moms, Southerners, veterans, outdoorsmen, students, foodies, artists, Americans. And once you see the beauty, connectedness, and opportunity in these identities, you never have to feel othered again. Instead of worrying so much about how you differ from someone, let's start taking advantage of what we have in common and using that for our desired outcome, which is ultimately the Second Amendment. Next slide, please. So, I'm probably one of the newest gun owners in this room, okay? And one of the first things that I noticed coming into the community that was talking about gun ownership, it was a lot of me. Don't tread on me, my Second Amendment rights from my cold dead hands. All right? Young people don't care about that. We do not care. We don't care about your rigid talking points. They're not inspiring. They're not motivating. They're not educational. All right? We want to know, what does this have to do with me? How will this impact my life? What can I gain? Let me tell you a quick story, because I know I'm probably running down on time. Oh, okay, I'm good. All right, so let me tell you still a quick story. All right, so I went to this volunteering opportunity, which was I was volunteering like recycling, okay? And so I was there, and I heard this young lady, and I overheard her because she was actually speaking to someone else, and she was talking about how she just hated guns. Now, keep in mind, this wasn't a Second Amendment event. I don't know this lady from anybody else walking the street, right? And so I just overhear her talking about how guns are so bad, guns are so awful, and she's going on and on and on. And at this time, Trump was in office, and she was just saying, I just wish that Trump could just take the guns and get rid of them and get them off the streets. So as I'm listening more and I'm just picking up on the things she's talking about, and after a while I decided to, just politely interject. And I asked her, I said, what do you think that would look like if someone were to come and take the guns off the streets, as if you said? And basically, when it boiled down to what she was explaining door-to-door confiscation to me, right? Now, as I'm looking at this lady, young black woman like me, and I'm kind of knowing a general area of where we are. And I said, what do you think that would look like if they came to your neighborhood to do that? Nobody had ever asked her that before. She never thought about it in any other way besides what CNN or whoever else is anti-gun popular at the time had ever said. And she said, I just, I said, do you think that would go smoothly? Do you think that would be peaceful? Like, how do you think people would take to that? That was her first time really thinking about it on that foundational, like really practical level, right? How it would impact her and her neighborhood and her community. And so I go on to ask her, I said, well, let's talk about this a little bit more, because I said, what is your real concern with gun ownership? Like, what concerns do you have? What fears do you have? And she said, honestly, she said, my son is with his father a lot of the time, and he's a gun owner. I do not think he's a responsible gun owner, and I worry about the safety of my son. I said, have you ever talked to your son about gun safety? She said, no. I said, why wouldn't you? I said, don't you think it would be better if you empowered your son and you taught him on the front end instead of coming back and having a sad story on the back end? I said, don't wait. Start teaching your son now. Empower him now, so when he's with his father, he's prepared. He knows the do's and the don'ts. Do y'all know she looked at me and she was like, I've never even thought about this. I've never even thought about this. So she was more focused, right, on these anti-gun talking points without really breaking down why she even felt like that, and never considered any solutions outside of what the mainstream media was telling her, even to the fact that it could have hurt her own child, right? In that conversation, I never talked about me. I didn't say what kind of gun I had. I didn't talk about my rights. I didn't say anything about my neighborhood or anything else, my family. I made that conversation about her and her concerns. People want to feel like you care. People want to feel like you relate. People want to feel like you have an actual interest in listening and hearing their concerns. Next slide, please. So now this means you have some actual work to do, okay? Drop your prepackaged talking points and leave lasting impact on people. Ask questions. Be genuinely engaging, okay? Find out where you relate to people. Find out more about their identity, because when you do, you can find out what actually matters to them, right? Next slide, please. A young soccer mom wants to keep her children safe. Her children are going to be the most important thing to her. She will give her life for them. If you can find this out about her, then you know how to relate to her. Next slide, please. A runner wants to feel safe in their neighborhood. All right? I'm sure most of you in this room recently heard the story where the young lady was murdered running through her neighborhood. You saw all these people, the runner community, coming out talking about how this affected them. If you can understand people's concerns and you can talk about stories you know, but don't talk about the stories in a way to make people fearful, do it to give people empowerment. The younger culture really care about feeling empowered. Next slide, please. Female students want to feel empowered. 13% of all students will experience rape or sexual assault through physical force, violence, or inebriation. Women want to feel safe. Show your support for holding bad men accountable. And on many of these campuses, we know women aren't allowed to have weapons, but we also know it's wrong. Everybody sitting in this room know it's wrong and it's not right. Start planting that seed now. Start talking about that and empowering her. And like I said, not in a fearful way. Next slide, please. Now, what about the identities that you may find more challenging? I have a script for you if you want to take a picture of this. I don't know what it feels like to be a part of that community. I won't pretend to understand. I know that you deserve to feel safe and protected. You deserve to defend your life, and if anyone ever tries to take that away from you. I understand that you have a unique circumstances or history in this country. I don't know what that feels like. I just know that you deserve to feel safe and protected. You deserve to defend your life. Because regardless of what you care about, all this other stuff, one thing we all agree on is people deserve the right to defend their lives. That's why we're here. So even if you don't have anything else to say to these other things, that's the one thing that you know in your soul. You know that in your heart, right? And we all know these grandmas that like still try to dress hip and be down and listen to the most popular music. And it's like, for real, you don't have to be that person. Do what works for you. Make it relatable. People love authenticity. So keep that in mind. Next slide, please. Now, after I have these conversations, well, I'm actually going to go back for a second. Something that I wanted to mention. How many of you recently heard the story where this black couple was doing an appraisal on their home and they got lowballed, and then they used a white couple as the face of what they were doing and got like double the, y'all heard that story? Okay, so I kind of just went over it, but basically they used a white couple. It went viral, so I was just assuming everybody's heard it. But they used the white couple as a face of trying to get this appraisal for their home, and they got double the offer, right? So Dave Truslow came up to me earlier, and he was talking to me because he wanted to work with this organization, and the organization was like a social services organization. And I can't tell the story exactly like he can, but to get to the point, this particular organization that he wanted to work with was in the inner city, and it was headed by some older black ladies. Sometimes you may just not be the person, and that's okay. The end goal is still the end goal. We got to sell this home. We got to get this money, okay? We got to promote and maintain and secure the Second Amendment. So that's the goal. Sometimes you have to use, partner, and network with other people, and that's okay. It may hurt your feelings or it may not a little bit at the beginning, but the goal is the goal. Keep pushing. All right? And so after you have these conversations, how does this work? It removes scorn, it removes paternalization, and it removes lack of empathy. Nobody wants to feel like you're wagging your finger at them. It provides rapport, understanding, and camaraderie. People love when you feel like you're on their team. You are giving them a listening ear. You care about what they are going through. Next slide, please. Everyone wants to feel safe. Everyone. black, white, gay, straight, young, old. Okay? That is not unique to gun owners. It is not unique to the people in this room. That is a human characteristic and a human desire that all people have. Focus on what you have in common with people helps you better translate certain principles and interests. Stop focusing on differences. Find the opportunities. Listen. Don't make it about you. Stop focusing on the narratives that the media is feeding you about identity and look for the opportunities. Because I promise you, everything that you are being told about everybody else, they're being told something about you as well, right? So keep that in mind. Also keep in mind, you won't win everybody over, and that's okay. But do you know how much it could mean for some people to even just meet, see, or hear a nice gun owner after everything that they've been told by the media? Do you know what type of impact it can mean to somebody seeing a gun owner that they have something in common with? Take the time to hear their concerns and see them as human. Never underestimate what planting a seed can do. Never underestimate the power of inception. Never underestimate what seeds can grow with time. Somebody can come back 3 to 5 years and say, you changed my life. Somebody that you may not even know is sitting at their kitchen table right now. Their mind is slowly changing because it's people that listen to us and we will never even know their names that we're influencing. So never undermine those opportunities. That is my time. Thank you. And yeah, that's it. So I actually have 3 minutes. Does anybody have any questions that they want to?
First off, thank you for coming. A lot of what you say, well, everything that you said has a lot of merit. But I want to kind of emphasize a couple of things. Your example of talking to the anti-gunner. They have concerns. Their concern and our concern are the same thing, safety. Safety of them and their family. So don't marginalize their concerns. Talk to them, find their motivation, and ask them leading questions, just like you did with that person. There's extreme power in that. There's a book I'm reading at the moment on the art of negotiation. It would behoove us all to take a class or read a book, find out about how to effectively negotiate, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to change people's minds and attitudes, and that's how we win this race. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
So I asked you this a little bit earlier, but I thought you should kind of share your answer with everybody. But how do we, as younger Second Amendment advocates, how do we use our youth to our advantage? Neither you or I have 30 years of experience in this business. I haven't even been alive for 30 years. You're probably right about the same age I am. So how do we use our youth as our expertise, and how do we, go on all these shows with all these great people in this room and say, here's my perspective. You have a perspective. It's very valid. You share it with your audience every week, but mine is just as valid.
So, one thing that I do is I never really paint myself as an expert. There are so many experts already in this. There are people that have years and years ahead of us, and that's okay. There are new gun owners coming into this space every day, and they want to meet people that they feel like are relatable. So one thing that can happen with the gun community is sometimes it can feel kind of isolating, right? It can feel intimidating. You have some people that go into gun stores, I've never done this, I don't know what to expect, I feel like these people know everything, will they be rude to me? Even in these digital spaces, make people feel like, yeah, I'm new like you, I only know a little bit more than you, and that's why you should learn from me. And people will take to that, and just focus on the strengths that you have and expanding that and bringing people up along with you. Even I did that because I think I said this at the beginning. I kind of started off in political commentary. and saying, y'all, I'm new to this, but I would love for you to come on this journey with me. We can learn it together. And people really take to that, and it feels like they're growing with you.
Locked it. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. You are next. All right. So coming up next, looks like he's getting his computer all prepped up there. Talking about social media and Facebook insights. David Laird, he is the owner of Dynamic Combative Solutions. He's got it on his T-shirt, on his hat. He's tattooed it on his arm. So he definitely passes the Yehuda branding yourself bar, right? He is also the vice president of the Arizona Citizens Defense League Foundation, as well as the social media marketing director for the organization. In addition, David is the Arizona liaison to bring Faster Saves Lives. I see Joe Eaton sitting right there. Faster Saves Lives. Awesome work you guys are doing out of Ohio for a decade. If you don't know what Faster Saves Lives is, does anybody in here not know what Faster is? All right. Talk to Joe Eaton. It is the premier emergency response program it's designed for schools, but churches use it, business owners use it. It's phenomenal. And check that out. We're bringing it to Arizona. David is the liaison to that. And as soon as he is ready, we are ready for him. We need the graphics of this one. So if we need to borrow my computer again, we can do that. Some presentations are, they are about the visuals. So, hello back there. Snuck in the room. Just now seeing you. All right. So, are we close? Okay. That's an honest answer from an honest man. I don't mind that. Does anybody have, kind of like, this is going to be my biggest takeaway from this whole day. I'm going to go home, and this is going to be my focus. Anyone? Oh, I see one. Okay.
My focus is it's not gun ownership is not an old white man's club anymore.
Tell us who you are.
Ed Levine, VCDL, and as I was just speaking with Rhonda, on our program, we go through the alerts and what's going on. It's kind of been systematic. And it's kind of been, here's what's going on in Virginia, and here's what's going on in our legislature. But it has. Maybe I said something wrong. But basically, we are now, instead of just going through the legislature and what laws we need to pass and what we need to change, we need more of a reach-out campaign. And like I was just telling Rhonda, we had a couple young black gentlemen come to our local range, and they created a range day. And they had guns and gadgets and all the YouTubers come to our area. And they're like, man, we want to be on your show. So next month, the guys from Guns Out TV are going to be on our show. And I'm like, Rhonda, you need to come on too, because we need for not only self-preservation of the gun right, we need to be able to hand the baton to people that will fight what we all believe in, no matter what our skin color. And like we always tell VCDL, we get calls all the time. They're going to take this statue down, and they're going to do this, and the abortion clinic. I'm like, we're gun rights only. We don't care who you sleep with. We don't care what color your skin is. We don't care how old you are. We care about gun rights. And if we want that to flourish, we need to welcome the new, younger people of color, people of other races, people of other sexes into our culture. So that's what my takeaway is, that we need to do more of that.
I love that. And you reminded me, thank you for, another question? Go ahead. Or another thought?
So to expand a little bit on what Ed said, part of our outreach program, we're looking at reaching out to younger people, to different demographics. Historically, our outreach has been at gun shows, which is preaching to the choir. So we now have a program we call Other Than Gun Show Events, where we set up booths at community yard sales, community festivals, things like that, to reach people that don't know they need care. But we also have the electronic, the social media and stuff. The hardest part I see with that is getting traction. So it's been said several times at this event, we all need to share each other's content. Who cares about who gets the credit? Share the content, get it out there, get the algorithms working for us. It will help us all. So we need to all be working together, keep on point on the mission, keep the target in sight, and don't worry so much about who gets the credit for what.
I love that. And I'm going to put you on the spot, and then I will let you have the calm, David. When our product is rights, like I'm the vice president of the AZCDL, that's the Arizona Citizens Defense League. We are telling people, join us, be a member, so we can protect your rights. When that is the product we're selling, how do we move away from my rights, my rights, my rights?
You have to be able to translate it to people that, you know, the people that you're talking to. So it depends on, you're saying like if you're at an event and you're trying to stop people and talk to them. So it's going to depend on what demographic that you're talking to, right? Like it's usually the older generation that my rights may kind of work with them. For young people it's going to be about safety, empowerment, you know, being like keeping their peace and things like that. Because even how rights have been talked about, you kind of got to remember what CNN is telling everybody that said, like you're probably on some type of watch list for even just using those type of terms, you know what I mean? So Biden just got up there and did a whole speech kind of like condemning part of the country. So we have to be mindful of these negative like images and stereotypes that's being shared and kind of try to navigate around that, if it makes sense.
That does, and thank you so much for that, and kind of reiterating. I think we need to hear it over and over so it helps sink it in. But that is so important. All right. Oh yes, Miss Nikki.
Cheryl, okay, you hit the word. You hit my rights. It's not my rights. It's our rights to start with. Okay, and when we're talking about our rights, we also need to talk about our civic responsibilities, which sadly many are not involved with. If we want to have our rights, we have to take responsibilities. If I want to protect my rights, we need to protect everybody's rights, especially people we disagree with.
Okay, I actually think that we rephrase it in a way so it's our rights, but we're really talking about their future. And so you can use the rights thing and equate it to your future. You know, your family, your kids, your community, your future instead. And I think it'll resonate in a different way as opposed to looking like Elmer Fudd.
Poor Elmer Fudd. He gets such a bad rap. All right. Now, without further ado, I bring to the floor the one, the only, the awesome David Laird.
All right, so real quick, if you guys need to find me later, I'm real smart, and normally I carry everything in my pickup truck, but my pickup truck's in Arizona getting the head gaskets replaced, so I flew to Texas this time. So I didn't bring any business cards. So you need to find me. You can find me at dcs.training. It's a .training account, not a .com. So go ahead and hit the space bar for me. Basically, my lecture, and I only have about 30 minutes to unlock the wizardry of this, is I want to teach you how to take your Facebook page from these numbers here to those numbers there in 2 months. Okay? Go ahead and hit the space bar again. How did I get involved in social media? Well, I'm not a big fan of social media. I think it's from the devil, honestly. My background has been primarily in training. I started martial arts at the age of 10. I joined the military when I was 18. I'm 10th generation military. I got married around the same time frame. I've been married for about 21 years. I have 5 boys, 2 girls, 3 currently serving in the military, 2 in college, and 1 I'm ready to kick out the door. When I got back from Iraq in 2008, I got heavily involved in church security, and that was kind of what really led to everything. As soon as one church heard, all the other churches heard, and people started asking me, what kind of church do you go to that they need security? So that was a big question. That got me into civilian-based training. I started working for a local range that wanted to help us have a facility, and then I ended up taking over the training department there. They opened 2 additional stores, and within about 3 or 4 years, we opened up to about 30 instructors, 3 locations, teaching over 30 classes a week, earning in the millions. And we were working on moving into the outdoor segment as well in Arizona. There's a range in every corner, and there's an instructor in every corner. So we had huge success before one of the owners passed away, and I was left with a choice of going with the new ownership that wanted to kind of delete everything or start my own company, so that's what I did. That was back in 2019 when we saw a lot of legislation come into Arizona, which is where it does not belong, and it was really unusual. There's about 20 different anti-gun pieces of legislation that came in. So I got more involved with AZCDL, which I've known about the whole time. Go ahead and hit the next slide for me. There we go. It was through working with them, go ahead and hit the next slide for me, that I started seeing them try to attempt social media on Facebook for the training side. So they started posting a lot of photos with guns pointed in the wrong direction, fingers on trigger, and all that sort of stuff. And it got to the point where I was like, look, let me just start my own social media for the training part. You guys stick to selling guns and stick to the funny memes and things like that, because we're 2 separate animals. Go ahead and hit the next slide. The biggest thing that they had a difficulty doing was identifying what their business is. Okay? They are a range, and so their primary goal is to try and get memberships. Memberships is what helps drive sales, gets more customers in the door, buys more widgets. They get to hear about the classes going on, so their focus should have always been on the range and the memberships, and they got kind of parted away from that. As soon as I started managing my own social media, I started having better success at doing it. Go ahead and hit the next one. So that's my first piece of advice, and I'll probably reiterate some of the stuff that some awesome speakers already covered earlier. The very first thing you need to do is identify what your main product is. You might be involved in several things, but identify your business's identity first. Are you a range? Are you a public speaking group? Are you an individual identity? Etc. And focus your social media attention on that first. Everything else is scenery. Next one. What is your goal with that business? Is your business meant to profit more money? Are you trying to grow a larger following? Are you trying to get more members? Are you selling products, that sort of stuff? You want to know what your overall goal is with social media. Social media needs to serve a purpose. And then you need to figure out which social media works best for that goal, okay, as your primary. Because as you guys know, you're spending so much time doing the thing, you don't have a lot of time to dedicate towards the social media stuff. And so the social media can burn you out, and then you start ignoring the actual thing that was making you money. Does that make sense? So you have to be able to find how these work well together. Next one. Not everyone on social media is your customer. Not every one of your customers is on social media. This is the hardest thing to understand, okay? Marketing and advertising on social media can be free, and you can grow and get a larger audience, which is great because eventually it might meet who it is that you want it to get to. But you got to know how to make it work for you. But don't treat the customers you have online on social media like the ones that walk through your door, and don't treat the ones that walk through your door like the ones that you do in your social media. You have to understand they're 2 separate animals, and when you're first getting started, and for some folks, even though you've been doing social media for a while and it's been a huge success, if you don't know how you got there, you need to start looking at the numbers I'm going to show you here in a little bit. Okay? We've been talking about generations. Okay? So these are the popular shows from the 1960s. Some of us can look back on that and go, oh, yeah, man, I remember that. Great show. All right, next one. Most popular shows in the 1970s. Next. Most popular shows in the 90s. Do you guys notice a change going on? What was the most popular show in 2000, 2010? Did it? Can you imagine putting the people who watch Breaking Bad up next to Andy Griffith and I Love Lucy? Okay? So we've talked about cultures have changed, and who's directing it? The younger folks, which is one of the reasons why I really want to get involved in Faster. It's one of the reasons why I've always been heavily involved in my children's schools and what they're being taught and having control over that to make sure I don't have somebody else steering my future or my children's future in a direction I don't want it to go. Next slide. So let's take a look at some social media platforms. You guys should be doing this on a yearly basis. They usually put these numbers out towards the end of a year, and they put out projections for what they think the next year is going to do, and you will notice drastic changes when it comes to social media platforms. And it's off screen. Hang on, that has to do with this, I think. All right, that's fine. I'll just read it off the top because that's impressive, but we want to keep moving. All right, who wants to guess what number one is at 15.7% of all social media platforms? Say it again. WhatsApp. Didn't expect that, right? WhatsApp, number one. Number two, what is it? 14.8%. Instagram. Number three, 14.5%. Who is it? Facebook. Okay? Down towards the after that. I don't know. Don't do that again. All right. Now, that doesn't really matter. First thing I want to know is what are the most popular social media sites? Now I know what they are in categorical order. Okay? What do I know about WhatsApp? Nothing. You're on your own. Enjoy. What do I do know? Facebook, because that's what I started off with. Who in here has a Facebook? Show of hands. Look around the room. Look at the difference in age. Look at the difference in gender. Okay? Everybody's on Facebook. That's my go-to to start with. Okay? I already talked to Rhonda. Her and I already linked up. She's about to find out why that's important. Be on Facebook. Okay? Now, for me, firearms training, firearms industry, Facebook's number one for me. Okay? Why? Because I can put events in there, and I can put, obviously, calendar events on my website, too. Okay? Instagram's a little harder for firearms instructors. If you're just getting started out, you have to achieve things before you unlock things in order for you to be able to click on things and have it take you where you want to go. Whereas Facebook, we currently have it where when I get on there, I can post advertisements. I can post a lot of things that I normally do on my website, but guess what? I'm not reaching to my website audience. My website is my website, different audience. Google might send people to my website. My business cards might send people to my website, but my website audience is not my Facebook audience. Everybody with me? People that walk into my store. I don't ever use social media. I want an email. Okay, so I'll do it however you want to do it, but trust me, email is not what young kids want. It's not what a lot of folks want because I don't have time to go through the spam. Once I know Facebook, okay, so WhatsApp's on top. Now I want to know my age demographic. So you can see age 16 to 24, age 25 to 34 is for Instagram. Come down one, Facebook, 17 and 18%. If I want to try and get to that older crowd, 55 to 64, now again, disposable income. What is your product? What is the customers walking through the door? What is the average age of the people buying product from you? That would be important to know. Because if I'm really young and hip and I'm talking about social places, I want to target that audience. But if I'm trying to target the folks that visit gun shows, I need to be on WhatsApp if I want to get to them. So maybe your auction houses and things like that is that age group where they have that disposable income. Firearms instruction, am I teaching just the basics? Because that kind of appeals to a broad audience, but when I start talking about secret squirrel underwater basket weaving, only a select group of folks who are highly athletic that probably range in the 25 to 34-year-old group wants to jump over barrels and climb ropes and jump out of helicopters and shoot things, okay? And, not replace a hip. All right, so we got Facebook. So Instagram falls, we already got them. They're about there. So, TikTok, okay, is right about here. Now, this matters because we're talking about in 10 years. In 10 years, TikTok will be your future audience. So when you're looking at TikTok and going, oh, I don't want anything to do with TikTok, I got news for you. This is in 10 years generation. We need to look at it, understand it, get comfortable using it, because in 10 years, WhatsApp may not exist because the folks who know Facebook, love Facebook, will stay there, and they'll move into this bracket, and then 10 years later, that's going to drop off. Everybody with me? So you got to be mobile with what it is that you want to do, and at least understand if I'm going to be selling something to a young crowd, I want to use their app, and if I want to sell something to an older audience, I might want to use theirs. Okay? Monthly active Facebook users. Since this is my primary, I want to know what my audience looks like. If this had an opposite effect, like all of a sudden we see Facebook's going down in large numbers every year, that's an indicator that maybe I need to start looking at the other social media platforms. Make sense? Facebook was king, still going down. It only had a 300 million increase this year. Last year was a 200 million increase. The year before that was a 200 million increase. So Facebook is still moving pretty strong. Everybody with me? Okay. And that's in the billions overall. That's 2.7 billion worldwide. Go ahead and press that button. But when I talk about these numbers, know that that's all of Facebook worldwide. So the other thing I look at with these numbers is not just what is awesome worldwide, but specific to America. Okay? If I'm not selling outside the United States, and I could care less if there's 15 billion people in India that want firearms training, I can't get to them, they can't get to me. They can't buy my product. Make sense? Okay. Instagram, advertising audience. Again, I want to look at this. This is people that actually are clicking through and spending money, according to Instagram, fit in this age bracket. Okay? How many of them male? How many of them female? If I'm selling an all-female product, this information would help me. Next slide. TikTok's advertising. Boom. Down here. Biggest spenders, female TikTok users. What's that number on there? It's the first one. 25% of all TikTok users are female between the ages of 20 and 24 spending money. I don't care where they get it. I just want it. All right? Same goes for the male. They're at 17.9% all TikTok users in that age bracket. Go ahead and hit the space bar for me. Wonderful. All right, so when I start talking about content, we've already touched on this a little bit before. I don't care what you're using photos for. If it's for your website, if it's for social media, if it's for whatever. You need to be taking the photos, okay? Or have somebody take the photos for you. Go find an uncle or an aunt. I got a son or a cousin, nephew. There we go. I got a nephew who is real interested in photography. Okay? Well, here, dude, I got a $2,000 camera. Follow me around, and I need you to take photos of this, and that. Okay? And what does he get for it? I pay him minimum wage. He gets a quality education. I teach him how to do social media stuff. I'm already grooming him for when he graduates high school. Okay? But I want to have all my own original stuff. Now, fine when you first start out that you're borrowing pieces off the internet, but anybody can click on it and trace it back to its origin and discover that it's not from you. And it may be affiliated with other stuff that you don't want it to be affiliated with. It'll take them to, like, all the anti-gun stuff, okay, if you follow it back far enough. So you want to create all your own original content for your photos, videos, flyers, memes, and ads. Don't throw that stuff away, okay? Save it, store it, remember the year that you used it, etc. It might spark ideas later on in the future. Create a file for it so that you always have that stuff, okay? Now you might be thinking that you need a really expensive camera. Who here wants to tell me which one was taken by the expensive camera and which one was taken with my phone? Haha, trick question. No, the top right one was actually taken by a professional camera, and so was this one, but then I loaded it into Canvas so I could start adding words and things to it. But yes, that bottom right photo and that top left photo were both taken using my phone. Okay, so somebody mentioned earlier about phones have made a huge leap in bounds. So me personally, I'm an Android person. I'm sorry, Apple folks. If you're Apple, probably stay Apple. There's a lot of cool things that I hear that Apple does, and it cross-pollinates and does all sorts of neat stuff, and you can photo and video edit all in one thing, but I'm an Android dude, so I can answer all your Android questions. All right, stay away from gimmicks. One of the fallacies of the range that I worked for is they saw that in Vegas they had shotgun weddings. What does Vegas do a lot of? Weddings. Do you think that shooting ranges do a lot of weddings in Florida at a gun range? No. Next one. How successful do you think that program was? Right? All right. Analyze your photos. I think you're cropping all my images. Analyze your photos. So one of these was done, well, I guess I can't say, but one of these was done by someone else, okay? but does the photo actually match what you're trying to advertise and do? I want the photo to be worth 1,000 words. You guys ever heard that before? Really look at that photo and say, does this capture the essence of everything I want this to explain? Because a photo doesn't tell a lot unless you frame it so it does. So you want to make sure the finger's in the right position, the sights are aligned, the target's there. You want to capture as much as you possibly can so that you're telling a full story, not just a partial story. Next slide. Okay. All right. Yep, cropped again. One on the left here is an advertisement that somebody was doing for a self-defense class. And good, it cut out the name. The name was horrible. And then look at the one on the right. The only real difference is that there's an image behind this one rather than having a plain white background. There's a link on there that you can click. I don't like to put all the information in something that I'm advertising. I might tell them where or when or specifically what it is. I want to leave some of that information out because I want to encourage the click. Everybody understand? I can create one design, one ad like this, and then I can send it out in an email blast, and then I can send it out on a social media blast on all my social media accounts. But guess what? When they click on that join today, it's going to tell me which one it populated from. So now I know which ad was more successful in which location. But it's the exact same ad. Don't make a dozen of them. Make one. And make sure you change the links so that you can track and record where it came from. Then you'll know which one is sending you money. Because it's not enough that you're popular. It's more important that you know where the money's coming from. Next slide. You could be wasting your efforts on like lots of Instagram and lots of Rumble or whatever, but it's not generating anything. Or you might have some one of your social media that has very few followers, but it's generating the most revenue. Okay? All right, if you're not in the business of dogs, don't use dogs and that sort of stuff as like filler because I didn't know what to post today. That make sense? If you just walk around your store and take photos of products and stuff like that, now you have a whole bunch of that in your phone, and that probably took you 15 minutes. Throw a price tag to it, throw a link to it, and then save it and store it. And then on Monday you can get onto one of the scheduling apps and do all your posts in about an hour for all of your social media. Everybody follow me? Okay, next one. Everything you post is a story. The story about who you are, who your company is. So don't mess around with the Mickey Mouse stuff that might paint you or your organization to look silly. Okay? No matter how funny you think it might be. Next one. Even the big companies make a mistake. Okay? What's wrong with this image? They caught a lot of flack because of his hand near the muzzle. Okay? What story does it tell? That he's a police officer, that he chooses SIG, he likes Streamlight flashlights. That's the story you're telling. Is that enough to sell the gun? I don't know. Okay? Next slide. Because maybe you're also communicating that, that this is meant for police officers. It's not meant for you. We got to get out of that mindset that, military first. Yep, big contract. Law enforcement next. Yep, big contract. If I want to sell guns, where's our largest audience? The consumers. Okay? Damn it! You guys see that one? It was really good. I love memes. Memes are awesome, but I generate hardly any of them. But if I see somebody else that has a meme, I'll snatch it, steal it, throw it up there, and I like giving them credit for it. Okay? Because what are they clicking on? They're clicking on my share that's going on. All right? All right, we're just going to click to the next one because I want to get past this and get into actual analytics. All right, now we're going to talk about how you analyze your data. Okay? All right, so here's 2 months. Okay? What'd you do? All right, hold on. I'm blaming you. There we go. We got it? All right. All right, so here we go. We got 2 months. June 1st of 2022 to July 1st of 2022. This is when I was hitting their social media really hard. So this is for the Arizona Citizens Defense League. All right? You guys like all the green with the arrows pointing up? I like all the green with the arrows pointing up too. Okay? How did I get there? Well, the first thing I did with the first couple of months was I studied what they'd done in the past. In other words, I went to this page, and I went down here where you can see your content report, And I clicked on that, and I started looking at their past because I wanted to see how their current posts were performing and what it was that they were posting. Next, I wanted to find out what their audience already liked. The numbers on this don't matter. When you're researching, all that matters is which ones are higher than all the others. Is it politics? Probably should be, because it's the Arizona Citizens Defense League. Or is it the memes? Make sense? So let's say, for example, that it was the memes. What do I want to push hard the next month? Memes. I want to see if I can grow that audience even more, get more traction, because they weren't using it a lot. Even though that's what was hitting hard on their post, they weren't pushing it a lot. First thing I want to do is try and get that group engaged. Let's say that nobody paid any attention to the memes. I would go back into this and I would look and see, what about the political ones? Maybe that's number 2 on their list. I'm going to start pushing some more political stuff out there. What kind of attraction does that get? Well, that generates a whole bunch. I reached out and grabbed any legislation trying to be passed in any state or any news article that talked about how it was anti-gun. I threw it up there, and boom, people started interacting. What do we want more of? Interaction. What does interaction do? Causes more people to see it. More people see it. What does that cause them to do? Maybe spend more money. Now, I'm not doing any ads yet. I'm working entirely on my popularity of the page, the group. Make sense? Once I start generating that gets more participation. More people are actively getting involved. They had about 5,800 people that were following it at the time. You wouldn't expect big numbers out of 5,800 people, correct? Okay, we all want something viral, okay? I don't care what you say. We all want something viral, but that doesn't happen on accident. So that generated me a lot of steam. Once I started generating that steam and I started figuring out what the audience liked versus what the audience didn't like, then I would grab a post and put money behind it. But I didn't put money behind it until I had the numbers, okay? So if you guys look down here, let's scroll through this. None of those actually have dollar signs assigned to them. What'd you do? Okay. 2 minutes, damn it. You see it now? Okay, good. All right, so right here, it would show how many paid promotions and stuff. So none of this is paid promotions. So right here, this is a post that I would boost versus that one versus that one. Sorry. All right. This one right here, they're encouraging me to boost it, right? Because it's got 2,300 shares, reaches, likes, interactions, etc. This one only has 180. This one has 85. Okay? So some of my posts have been simple, where I grabbed a picture of something and I had it on Instagram, and then it now allows you to auto-share to Facebook. I did not want to set that up. There's some things that I want strictly Instagram, and then there's things that I want strictly Facebook. In other words, if I'm going to take the time and invest in building an Instagram post that I want to try and get to go viral, I want to solely make it on Instagram. And the same thing goes for Facebook. I want to build that using Facebook stuff and make it go viral. But if I'm randomly putting something up for the day, I'm like, yeah, we'll see what happens here. And I take a photo of it, I throw it on Instagram, I can cross-post automatically to Facebook, and so I get the benefit of both. Sometimes Facebook will boost Instagram, and sometimes Instagram will boost Facebook. Okay? Some other things I did for them was I built a Google page, because they never had an official Google page. And what Google does is it gives you analytics. Okay? So if you have a business, you need to have a Google page. It needs to be a business Google page, so that you can research the analytics from Google. And on your website, if you use WordPress, you can tie in all of the back end of your social media, Google, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. And I'll have to do this again. Hang on. That's not it. That's not the one I want. Got it? Is he going to let me switch? Is he going to let me switch? Okay. That's fine. So weird. Okay. Every social media group that I want to use, I want to make sure that it feeds back into my website where the sales are generated. Okay? There's apps and stuff like that you can download. WordPress is what I primarily use. And again, why? Because it's the first one I started with. Because it's really simple and easy to navigate, change images, change photos, videos, links, all that sort of stuff. I want my website to be as friendly, ease of use as possible, so folks can get on there, find what they're looking at, click on one thing, and it takes them right to give me your money. I don't want them to click and click and click and click and then give me their money. I want them just to click and give me your money. Everybody with me? So I want that as streamlined as possible, and I want every social media post from wherever it's coming from to be linked to it, so I can download one report that tells me I had X amount of dollars come from Google, I had X amount of dollars come from the website on its own natural thing, or I had it come from Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, TikTok, etc. And that's all we have time for, so I'll get out of here. Any questions? Yes? Next year, the same time, I'll be here, because Cheryl's going to drag me in by my hair. What else? Yes? Yep. All right, so if you're building a website or a page, what's the business? All right, Facebook. Facebook is king, so start with Facebook. Make sure that it's a business entity, or if you're an individual, then you need to create the individual entity separate from your personal account. Your personal account will manage it, but set that up as an entity, and then go through and fill all the information in. Do not ever leave anything blank on Google, Instagram, Facebook, or whatever profile. They need phone numbers, email addresses, physical addresses, all that sort of stuff. I almost swore. So if you don't have a physical location for people for you to visit you, you can still put in a physical address, because that's how they verify that you are in fact an actual entity, and then you can have them hide it so nobody gets a hold of that information, and they will mail something out to the house to verify that you do in fact are there. Does that make sense? And then for individuals that want to be individually popular, are we talking about lots of radio? Are we talking about video or photos? Speaking?
Both my own personal, like, professional Facebook page, which I post my articles on, but I also took over I created the Twitter account for our site, like, last month, and then the Facebook page has been around for about a year, but we have, like, 100 likes, and I want to get that to 10,000.
Is this for you? Do you want to be famous, or are you doing this for a group that you want the group to be famous?
Both.
Okay, different answers. So in other words, you are an entity, so you need to be able to market yourself. LinkedIn would be something really good to have. You don't have to post anything on it, etc., but it needs to be built now. And as you get more popular, more famous, you can throw some of your content on LinkedIn. LinkedIn will help. Here's the deal. If I could be on every single social media page that there is, and everybody's clicking on something, then whenever somebody Google searches for me, they are more likely to find me because I am in so many places. But I am on social media pages that I do nothing with. Like, I'm on Rumble, I'm on Clapper, I'm on all these other things. But I don't have time for that. My focus is to try and build up my original audience with Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. 3 simple, that's it. That's my focus. Yes, sir. That's a great question. My time? Not a lot. I know. So John Correa is the largest YouTube gun channel on YouTube. He does everything on Monday. Okay, he spends a 12-hour day on Monday. People send him videos, so that part gets cut out. But he's video editing, researching, creating all of his speeches, producing all of his content. He's narrowed it down to one day. When he first got started, it was himself. It was a couple hours a night because he still had to support a full-time job. And that's kind of like where I'm at. So usually I'm spending all of Monday and Tuesday, sometimes a Saturday or Sunday, working on all this content. And then I just bada bing, bada boom throughout the week, put that stuff out. Okay? But then you got to go back and look at what you did. What performed well, what didn't. Go back and fix it.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you so much. Oh, my goodness. And, something else that I know David has said it helps him is that several of us send him things, right? So we know, hey, this is an article or this is a meme or this is something that could be helpful. And he has said, when I'm not kicking him off the stage and he likes me, that is helpful for him. But who learned something today? Oh, my gosh, every hand, Dave. Every single hand is up behind you. So thank you so much. I so appreciate it. If it was up to me, I'd have let you keep on talking. But there's a gentleman at the back of the room who is giving us the eyeball.
honor that AWR came all the way from Arizona, like a couple of us did, to be our keynote address today. If you've been living in a cave and don't know who AWR Hawkins is, I'm gonna educate you a little bit. He is an award-winning Second Amendment columnist for Breitbart News, the writer and curator of Downrange with AWR Hawkins, a weekly newsletter focused on Second Amendment, also for Breitbart. He is a political analyst, weekly guest for Armed American Radio, and a Turning Point USA ambassador. That's a new one. Congratulations on that. He has a BA in history and an MA in U.S. history. Civil War is kind of his sweet spot. A PhD. This Dr. Hawkins we're going to hear from here. PhD in military history from Texas Tech University. Oral history collection he owns of World War II POW interviews. The AWR Hawkins collection is at the Nimitz Museum of the Pacific War in Fredericksburg, Texas. He is not messing around. He knows what he's talking about. I see you with your 5 minutes. I saw you, David Laird, and I know where you live. And I'm sitting next to you. You're in trouble. Paper cuts for you. All right, without further ado, someone I am super amazingly blessed to be able to call my friend, AWR Hawkins.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's working. A normal person would have already had their computer on, but I am not normal. Let's see where I am here. Well, going into this, let me just say I didn't really know. Good to be here first. Let me say that. And David, where are you? I'm going to reach out to you. I think we're pretty close in proximity as far as where we live and do things. So good to meet you. I enjoyed what you said. And anyway, good to be here. And I was kind of in turmoil about what I was going to say, and Cheryl could testify to that. I think I reached out to her yesterday, the day before, to be sure there wasn't a certain thing she wanted me to speak about. I'm glad I did. Because I've listened to you all talk, and you listen to what Rhonda talked about, you listen to what other individuals talked about, what Beth spoke about. Everybody talked about something a little different. If I had come in here and talked about, well, the source of our rights is God, you all would all say, well, we know that. We're not. So I would have been behind the curve. If I'd come in here and said, well, whatever. So when I reached out to Cheryl, I said, I want to be sure I'm talking about what you want me to talk about. She said, let's talk about trials and tribulations. And so that's what I want to talk about for people who work in the Second Amendment community. And I can't try to guess where each of you are. I imagine some of you have been doing what you're doing for quite a long time. Maybe there's some who are just starting. I know some of you, Eric and I were talking, I know some of you are like Eric. You're part of a huge organization, and you're out there in the forefront. But wherever you are, if you're going to work in this community, you're going to have some trouble. And I just thought the thing to do, I told Eric this is going to be very unorthodox, but I want to talk about me getting to where I was able to write for Breitbart. And I have to tell you up front, I'm not embellishing the story. And the reason I'll say that is some of what I'm fixing to tell you is so crazy that you're going to think I'm making it up. And the truth is, I'm barely going to tell you any of it because of time. I'm not saying that critically. If I had an hour and a half, I would barely tell you any of it. All right? But I want to tell you some of this, and I hope that by telling you some of this, it will help you, because I know that even now there are days I sit home and my family will be there, but it's like there's a glass bubble around me, and I am so turned in, and I'm just thinking. And my daughter will go, "You mad?" Because I get this face when I'm thinking. And so, "Are you mad?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just thinking." And you feel isolated and alone. I felt that way a whole lot when I started doing this. But it will happen still to me from time to time. And that's why I thought maybe going through this might be helpful. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, I was not a traditional college student. I didn't start, I don't think, till I was 30. I did a BA and then in history, and I did an MA in U.S. history. And after I did it, I had a professor who was remarkable. And he said, you have got to get a PhD. You're wired for it. And so, okay, I'll do that. So I go to get a PhD. And now my experience with a BA and MA was remarkable. Everybody kept warning me about all the liberals I was going to meet. I met some, but they were very weird in that the professors would say something, and they would allow you to call them on the carpet and have an exchange of ideas. Now, once I got to where I did my PhD, that ended. When they asked a question, they wanted me to tell them how great they were. They didn't want anybody to defend America, defend the military, or defend the Second Amendment. Problem is, I defended America, the military, and the Second Amendment with a lot of consistency. And so what happens one day is my dissertation chair, when you're doing a PhD, you all probably know, but if anybody doesn't, you have a 4-man committee, depending on what school it is, but at Tech it was a 4-man committee, and they guide you through writing your dissertation, which is the last 2 years of your 6.5-year program. And so my dissertation chair just comes up to me, kind of gets me in the corner, and he says, have you thought about transferring to another school? And they tell me that if I'll transfer, they'll guarantee they can get me in. And I just kind of laughed at him to ease the moment, but I knew I was in trouble. And I hadn't, just to be clear, I haven't done anything smart aleck to these people, but like in one of my first classes there, they called our military baby killers, and I would force them to define why. Where did this happen that you claim happened? Who said it happened? I'd just do what they would do to me on a paper, kept going to sources until they would have to back off that claim, or they would just have to tell me to be quiet. But that's kind of what my experience was like. Well, one day a professor holds up, he passes out all the papers, I'll never forget it, and at a PhD course, again, many of you probably know, but they're very small, 13 people in a class. So you see everything. I noticed that everybody got a paper back but me. And he holds up my paper, and he goes, folks, I want to tell you how not to write a paper. And he picks 2 pages out of my paper and just reads it. He goes, I want you to hear how not to write. And it was 2 pages where I had defended in one part the Second Amendment, and then more largely the source of rights as being God-given, right? And he would have no part of it. But anyway, I keep going. Eventually, the department chair met with me and took me in a little room. This is why I say you're going to think I'm making it up, but I'm not. He took me in a little room. There's one light on. It wasn't in my eyes like an interrogation room, but I had that feeling. And he goes, look, we need you to get out of the program. So this is the second time. He said, and I said, well, what if I don't? He said, well, there'll be no scholarships, no part-time teaching. And anyone who's done graduate work knows that part of getting a PhD or even at the master's level is part-time instructorship. They said none of that, no letters of recommendation, no scholarships. And they told me that if I tried to get published, they would contact whatever magazine I want to get published in and try to keep that from happening. And I look at him, I go, well, what happens if I keep showing up here and I do all the coursework and I meet the requirements? Do I get a PhD? And he goes, nobody knows. So I went home and thought about it, and my wife looks at me, she goes, what are you going to do? I go, I'm going to do what needs to be done. I'm going to show up to school tomorrow. So I showed up. Well, I don't know if you clap for me or not. It just happened to be how I'm wired. So I just showed up, and it was miserable. They about broke me. There was one episode that I won't get into again for time, but I was walking across a garden-like area, and I heard somebody whistle. It was a professor who was under a bush, and he wanted me to talk to him, but he didn't want anybody to see that he was standing near me. When I would walk down the hall sometime, people wouldn't even walk with me because of all the back talk they were doing about me. And like a guy now who's one of my greatest friends, who is a federal agent, you know, he told me some of the things professors had told him about me to try to dissuade him from hanging with me. It's incredible. But anyway, so long story short, I'm walking down the hall one day, and I had gotten to where when I would go home or even go to the bar after class, if I'm holding something in my hand with ice in it, I would hear the ice banging against the glass. And I mean, that's just how I live. Well, I felt this arm under my arm, and I turned and I looked, and it's Dr. Reckner. I go, Dr. Reckner, what's up? And he goes, I got you. I go, what do you mean? And he goes, I've got you. I go, it's not going to work. I said, these people hate me. He goes, they fear me more than they hate you. And within 2 days, he had fired my dissertation committee, had realigned everything. Now, he didn't fire them from their positions at school. He just took them off my committee. Had set my committee up with people who were pro him, therefore pro me. So it didn't matter what I was doing. And anyway, is that my, that's it. Well, that's not mine. I don't know where that sound is. Anyway, so I graduate and ended up getting my PhD, and I thought, okay, now I'm home free. But now what's happened is I'm marked. So I can't get any teacher's position. Can't get any teaching jobs. I get a couple. I teach in the A&M system, the Oklahoma State system. But the only kind of jobs they let me teach are jobs that you could teach if you had done your master's, and that was it. You could teach survey courses. I couldn't teach anything in my specialty. And you talking about depressed. I'm going, man, I went to school for 10 and a half years, and I can't, you know. And anyway, something Reckner had done that really helped me, though. He told me 2 years before I was done, he goes, Hawk, you need to start writing. When you get out of here, he told me, he goes, it's not going to be over when you get out of here. You got to start writing. And he was basically letting me know it wasn't going to work out the way I thought it was. He was right. And so I started writing, I think, in 08 for for historical outlets, and in 07, like Vietnam Magazine, Civil War Times, those kind of things. My PhD's in military history. So that made sense. And then I started dabbling a little bit in political stuff. Now, I know a lot of you have done this, knocking those doors, trying to find somebody that would run something by A.W.R. Hawkins. And every door I knocked on seemed like got slammed. Or it just never got open. And so anyway, I ended up, though, finding some places I could ad hoc and write here and right there. And kind of like Beth was saying, I'm writing all these places. I'm not getting paid, but I'm writing. And I just kept writing and kept writing. And then one day I get an email from a super popular radio host who is a Fox News contributor to tell me that my writing on Fast and Furious was the best that he had seen. And so, again, just because I'm wired that way, I struck while the iron is hot, and I just respond. I go, look, I've been teaching. I want to jump out a freaking window, and I need a place to hang my hat, some place to write. Can you help me? And he responded in about 15 minutes and just said, I know somebody at Breitbart, don't burn me. And I said, I won't burn you. This individual and I have still to this day never met. But he made a call for me, and I believe it was the next day I wrote my first piece for Breitbart. I believe that was June 2010. Might have been May, but I think it was June. But anyway, but even then, same position Beth talked about. I'm not getting paid. All right? I'm just kind of on there, and I'm not writing on guns. So I'm not everything I told you, and I'm not even doing what I want to do. I'm writing on national security because the PhD was in military history, so I'm writing on national security. And this goes on for about 2 years with them where I'm still not getting paid, and then I begin getting a little nominal money, and then Sandy Hook happened. When Sandy Hook happened, I'm on our back page at Breitbart where we can see each other and we can have dialogue. And I see somebody was thinking about writing a story on a gun, and I could tell by the way they were writing they'd never held this gun. They don't know which side the levers are on. They don't know a lot of things. And so I just insert myself in that, and I go, look, I'll need to rewrite this for you because we're going to look bad if we, And Steve Bannon is our chairman at that time. Now, I don't know if you feel what I'm telling you, because I'm just telling you, I'm not like talking about me going, look at me. I'm not setting myself up as your guide. What I'm saying is, I bet a lot of you have gone through this. I just kept hitting closed door after closed door. And every time I thought, man, there's a light, there was no light. And then out of nowhere, Steve Bannon, he just does a company email. Well, it might not have been full company. It was to the people in this conversation. He goes, from now on, AWR is guns and guns only. And that was it. I think that would have been December 15th of 2012. And all of a sudden, boom. Now I'm guns only. And I am in a salary agreement with Breitbart. And then it's been that way, I guess, for now, 10 years. So, but all the way there, all the way there. I say that in jest, and I maybe shouldn't make a joke like that, but I'd come home and my wife would look at me. She's like, "What's wrong?" I go, "I'm just going to jump out a freaking window. I'm just going to go lay behind a car. Can you back up to go to Walmart?" And you kept thinking nothing's working. And I'll tell you, for me, and I know all of you have different examples. I'm not making my example the best. I'm not saying my example is the best one. It's just the only one I know. I went to school 10 and a half straight years. I went every spring, every fall, every summer semester. I did BA and overlapped my MA with the last year of that and immediately started my PhD when the MA was over. And so I'm going through all that, and I guess you start thinking, or I did, I started thinking all that hard work is going to pay off. But if you think about what I'm going to tell you, some of you feel frustrated or miserable sometime, I can relate. Because think about this. I started going to school in 1998. I didn't get that job with Breitbart till 2012. So I put in a ton of work, and then I just sit around and go, what's the deal? What's the deal? I got these people where I got my PhD. They don't even want me to be a doctor. They don't even want me to be alive. You know what I'm saying? And I just thought when Cheryl said, let's talk trials and tribulations, one of the things I've learned, I'm happy as a cat at Breitbart. But it's important to understand I just didn't get to do what I'm happy as a cat about doing overnight. This was ironic, Cheryl, based on our talk. I was at dinner with a friend last night that I hadn't seen in a while, and he had somebody with him. And they asked me what I do, and I said, write on guns. So my buddy goes, well, he writes on guns, and companies send him guns, and he reviews them and this and that. And he said something in a funny way about how, wow, I wish I had a job where people just send me guns. But the way he said it was like, maybe what I do, I got some easy life, I don't know, whatever. And I looked at him, I go, all you got to do is go to school for 10 and a half years. And then after that, for about 8 or 9, you just got to claw and fight with everyone else who wants to do exactly what you want to do. And then you got to meet those editors who will lie to you right to your face. And they're just doing it to hold you in place so no one else has this opportunity, and that they themselves can go take that opportunity. I go, you've only got to do that for about 20 years, and then you can maybe, But see, that's why I wanted to talk to you all, because if you're in a hard spot, you got to remember a hard spot might last a little while. But you also got to remember what I've learned from my experience, and this is only as good as what I've learned from my experience. You just got to stay the course. There's a Steve Bannon somewhere. There's a Dr. Reckner. What a great man. What a great man. I was his last PhD student. He had a disease and no one knew it, and then it developed while I was with him. But what a great man. But I'm just telling you, you got to stay the course. And you got to keep knocking those doors. What I try to do with all the ugliness that these heathens showed me, and that's all they are, is heathens. What I try to do is try to learn, I'm not going to treat other people that way. When I meet other people, can I help them along the way? If I can, I'm going to help them. All right, and those people and I don't have to agree on every single thing, but we do have to agree on some things. And if we don't agree on those things, then I guess they're on their own. But you got to be able to, you got to agree on the Second Amendment, the source of rights. Source of rights is not the Senate or the House or the President. And if we believe that, then whoever you are that believes that, you've already missed everything. Because as soon as we give up that our rights are given by God, we don't really have any rights. We just have privileges. And so you can't do that. So don't do that. But anyway, I know I give you a lot of information on what I said, and I know a lot of it is so centered on me that maybe all of it may not be useful to you, but I want to encourage you when we think about trials and tribulations. And again, I'm not presenting myself as an example for you to follow. I'm just pointing out that these things are going to come to you in one fashion or another, unless you are the most fortunate human alive. And I hope you are. I hope some of you guys who aren't writing but who plan to write, I hope it goes easy for you. I mean that with all my heart. I just doubt it's going to happen. Your trials might differ from mine and your tribulations too, but I think you all might do better than me if you're ready for them. See, I wasn't. As I say, my BA and MA were so easy, I just like, we'll roll right through here. And then I met those heathens, and they were ready for me. I wasn't ready for them. And then there I was. I was out like Moses in the wilderness for about 15 years, and I couldn't get any traction. So I'm just telling you all that. No matter what area of 2A you're in, I know you're going to have trouble, but for those of you who write especially, you're the ones I can relate to. And just know, I didn't mention in here, but at one of those places where I wrote, where I was doing ad hoc writing, where I was writing on Fast and Furious, I had an editor. If I were to say this person's name, everyone in the room would know this person. I had this editor, and he would constantly tell me what we're going to do and have me write on this topic, gun-related, and I would write it and send it in. He would hold it until it was not fresh news. And that way he could control the response to me would never be big enough that I could gain traction. Or I'd send it in and he would forget it was there and he'd go home for the weekend. So in the middle of all this, see, I had that, and right when I would feel like finally getting some traction. So I'm just saying all those things because I bet if I talk to Beth or other folks in here who write, you had similar situations with people. And that's what you got to keep in mind. You can't control other people. You can just control yourself. What I work on is control myself mentally. Don't panic. Don't let myself get worked up. By that I mean don't get mad. I don't let myself hate them for who they are. I'm not even saying it'd be bad if I did, but my goal is to keep myself under control. And what I've learned is when I do that, I usually get to watch them lose control, and I know at that point I'm winning. So whether I'm in a debate or I'm dealing with this kind of garbage, my goal is always to maintain control over myself mentally, emotionally, and that's one of the biggest things I've learned by going through those trials and tribulations. It is a waiting game, and it sucks when you're waiting. Tom Petty said that. Waiting is the hardest part. He was right. But I think if you know that that's coming, you'll do better when it gets here. So that's all. It was good to be with you all. And I know I'm ending early. We had a little, Cheryl and I talked about time, and the time changed some, and I had written a shorter talk, which is what I just did, but I thought that might be beneficial. In case anybody has a question, you'd have time to do a question. Is that okay, or is that not? Okay.
thank you again so much for being here and for sharing all that. And as long as we've known each other, I did not know that story.
Oh,
and thank you. That feeds my heart a lot. A little bit of tears. I'll hold them. One of the things that's the most frustrating for me is when that weird resistance, when that weird trying to throw stones in your path and trip you up comes from people who should and profess to be at my shoulder, right? We're all on the same mission. We're all trying to do the same work. And yet somehow they're the very ones who are impeding the process.
Right.
Can you speak to that?
Well, I can. Speaking to that, it goes more along with Rhonda's approach when she was saying she's a Second Amendment advocate, but more than just an advocate, you know what I'm saying, for the Second Amendment. But so when we're talking about these people, we're talking about history professors who you would think would be on my side, but you have to understand, if for any of you who are in college more recently, you know it even better, but I saw it firsthand too. See, they didn't teach me history. They taught me methods of history. The history I know because of personal reading. So here I am, a PhD student. I can't tell you how many dates and battles we didn't discuss because the key was they wanted to train me to use a Marxist schema to interpret history. So I'm learning methods of history that are Marxist, so that when I look at history, if I go on to teach, I'll be teaching Marxism. That's what I did for 6.5 years. Well, that's not true. That's what I did for 3.5. Then Dr. Reckner came in, and he cleaned house. But so that's why, Cheryl, they're not on my side to begin with. Because as soon as I got in there and they called our military baby killers, and I engaged in conversation to defend the military, they immediately must have huddled up and went, he's not one of us. And that's it. And it was full on war. There was a class, I can remember, I held my first dissertation chair. This is when he was still my chair. I held my hand up after on the previous class he had made a point and we're about Abraham Lincoln, and I raised my hand to say, why don't we read some of Lincoln's original documents? Is there a chance you're picking and choosing what you're covering here? The next class, I raised my hand to ask a question. He didn't call on me. I held my hand up for an hour. But that was the week that I realized the gauntlet had been dropped. The war was on. I'm going to say one other thing. I'm not going to say a name because you would know this individual. But even when, those of you who are writing, even when you get where you want to be, you got to remember that personalities are all different. Another valuable thing I learned is don't take it personal. I've got a boss. I don't have a boss now, but I had a boss at one time. The phone calls could get so heated, the things this individual say to me, I just hang up on him. And he'd call me back, and I said, well, nobody talks to me like that. I don't care if I lose my job. I'm not, But I'm just saying, you might be like me. So I thought in my mind that it's going to be like this, and very straight, smooth path, and all the flowers are going to smell good all year round. And no, I don't even know if there are flowers on that path. So that's all.
I just wanted to kind of reiterate what you said, because like our experiences are different but also very similar. People look at the line of work we do and go, oh my God, that's so glamorous. Like, you can get whatever gun you want. Like, you can do this and that. Like, you have these really cool relationships. But people don't realize how many burned bridges you have to go through to get there. And sometimes you're still facing battles. So, I mean, if you're going to try to go down the writing path or whatnot, just remember, like, you're going to go through some of the things like AWR went through. I mean, I got canned for refusing to link to every town for gun safety. Like, you know what I mean? So you have to be willing to
Then you made me. This thing dead. Well, she makes me think too. When I started at Breitbart, we didn't have gun coverage. I'm just going to drop this thing. Y'all hear me? All right. We didn't have gun coverage. We didn't have gun coverage, so I worked 16 hours a day, probably 5 days a week, sometimes 18 hours a day. Because not only was I covering the news, but I knew we're going to have to beat back some folks, get us a spot. Once we get that spot, we got to protect that spot. Probably for 2 years, I did 14 to 16 hours a day, 5 days a week. And even right now, I take off on Saturday, but usually 2 Saturdays a month I wake up and either some idiot has opened fire on the subway somewhere or something's happened, and I end up working that Saturday too, so I'm still 7 days a week. All right? And I'm just saying, that's what I mean too when I say a path, it's not like even what you imagined is not what you imagined because you didn't know what to imagine. So you just got to dig in and be ready.
AWR, I'm Rob Young, part of Doctors for Responsible Gun Ownership.
All right, on.
Hi.
Tell John I said hi.
Yeah, well, you say hi right there.
Hey, John.
Okay. Yeah, your story reminds me, and I just chatted with John. We went through medical school. You can call us 12 or more years of education, including college, to get where we are. Our advantage is we know we're going to have a job at the end. But some of the hurdles along the way are exactly the same. If you get on the wrong side of a teaching physician as you're going through, it's not quite as bad as what you did because we know they're still going to get us through. There's not the ultimate threat of saying no, right. but it's remindful. It's very remindful.
Right.
And as physicians advocating for 2A and for our God-given rights, amongst physicians who think that's horrible, we have to keep doing what's right in spite of our own social peers condemning us sometimes. And you got to have spine, and you got to know where you're coming from, right. So you can know where you're going. So we experienced that, and I didn't want to. I heard 3 words that you gave us that I think are actually your conclusion to what to do through our trials and tribulations. And they were, stay the course.
That's it.
And I thank you for that.
You're welcome. I'm thinking while he was speaking, I'm just going to say, when I said you keep going, you'll find your Steve Bannon, that sounds so corny. It's even when I re-say it, it sounds cornier than the first time I said it. It sounds like, I don't know. But what I'm saying, I mean what I'm saying is you stay on that course, you will eventually get past all those jackasses, and you will find an editor who sees what you're doing. I remember Bannon, he's out of the blue. Bannon is. I don't know who's this Bannon guy. But Bannon wanted a PhD on that Breitbart letterhead. You see, I wasn't even thinking about that. I've never thought about that. I did that for a whole different direction in life. I thought I'd be a professor, but they kicked me out of that before I got there. And all of a sudden, everything I've forgotten about, that's what's important to him. So I'm sitting here working as hard as I can. He sees that. I'm just saying, when it all works, it will all work. But it may, my dad used to always go, boy, it's all uphill till it's downhill. And I mean, I felt like I was uphill a long time. And that's all I'm saying. But you got to hang in. You got to know once you crest that point, it is downhill. And you don't know who's going to help you crest that point.
Well, AWR, I want to say thank you because there's so many of us that are in the trenches, and what we share on social media is the happy, positive, whatever, and we don't show when our boots are muddy and we're crying or we just hit a wall or whatever that is. And so as people come in behind us, they don't see that part. They think that it's all just sunshine and roses, and you just free guns, and that you just got lucky. And so I want to be lucky like you're lucky. And so by you telling the story, it resonates with me amazingly. I mean, one of the things that I try to tell people is that the harder I work, the luckier I get. And you just keep digging. But the fact that you're sitting here telling this story has so much meaning to me. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
Test. So I totally sympathize with your story. I, too, have gone through something similar. I'm sure a lot of folks here have. But you're telling your story, and it reminds me of so many people who I know in this industry. And I know their story. I've watched them struggle through it. It's one of the things that's kind of held me back from wanting to do a lot of things because I see them going through it. Like, I'm not interested in being Dave Laird popular on social media. I want to market my brand, my product, that sort of stuff. But one thing that's definitely held me back is watching other people I know in the industry who were famous influencers, and the stuff that happens to them that they have to go through. It's just like, it isn't worth it. And then on top of that, being accused of driving Ferraris, living in mansions, and all this sort of stuff. One of my best friends, like, that's sort of what I pictured too the first time I saw his stuff. I went to his house. I mean, the car was ragged. Like, I don't know how he drove around it. The house was ragged. So, like, when he finally bought his first car, it was still used. He bought his first house. It was still used. But, like, he was moving up in the world. And I was like, you get some. I was so proud of him. And people were still accusing him of, you get all this free ammo. No.
Take us home.
Well, and I'm going to say, I don't want to be confused. I'm not saying I get free guns. I'm saying they send them to me. I usually get a 3 to 6 month agreement to try them and shoot them and try to break them. I've only had one that I was able to really break, but I'm not going to tell you what it was. I sent it back to them to keep from hurting their brand name by writing on it and leave it. I'm wrong. And I'm trying to be nice, but anyway. Yeah, the thing is, Dave's talking. I just want to say, last thing I'll say, you don't think about all that stuff that I just talked to you all about, or I don't, because the goal is to defend the Second Amendment. So as Dave says, the goal's not about, well, see if I can make myself popular, or see if I don't care about it. My goal is defend the Second Amendment. I had a gun rights group, and not Eric's group. I'm just saying that for clarity. But I had a group 2 years ago that wanted me to agree to write in a supportive manner on a particular gun control. They said, if we'll do this, then blank, this will happen. And I said, no. And they kept calling me, and I had the executive directors call me from the group and all this. And I finally just told them, I go, guys, can I get you all on the phone at the same time? They're on the phone. I go, you want to know what's important to me? And they go, yeah. I go, not you. I said, what's important to me is when I go to Walmart, that guy in front of me turns around and goes, you're the guy that defends my gun rights. That's what's important to me. And that's what makes all that. That's why I don't think about all that other stuff. I only thought about it just to tell y'all because I want to warn you. But I don't sit around and think about it. I sit around every day and think, how can I kick a liberal's teeth out and protect my gun rights today? That's what I think.
Verbally.
Every day.
Verbally speaking. AWR, what an amazing treat. Thank you so much. I know everybody in here wants a selfie with AWR and Cheryl, so we're going to stand in front and we're going to take a great big room selfie.
Let me say, if you want to connect so you can message and we can talk, my Instagram is AWR_Hawkins. At AWR_Hawkins. And Instagram, because they're lovely people, Even after you type it all the way in, only then will it pop up.
It's so true. It's hard to find you, but it's worth it. All right, I'm going to hand you the mic.
All right, Cheryl, thank you very much. AWR, thank you very much. I want to do one thing. I was out of the room. I think this might have already leaked out in the public, but I want to show you all one thing. This wasn't supposed to be released until tomorrow morning, but this is the splash screen for tomorrow. If you tune in or if you're in the room, you will see this. I think this is one of the coolest things in the history of ever. This is the splash screen for GRPC tomorrow. I had it made. I don't have that. I do want to encourage everybody, please, 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 when you get your, if you're not attending GRPC, and I know there's two people here that cannot, thank you for attending here today. Please watch tomorrow and Sunday. If you are attending GRPC, when you get your badge, you will have QR codes on the back of your badge. Please share those codes to people who cannot attend so they can watch. That's going to do it for Amm-Con this year. Thank you, everybody, for attending. And Cheryl, do you need me to get you a mic over there? Yes. GRPC does officially start tonight at 7 p.m. with the reception, and that's kind of our unofficial wrap-up. Everybody here is certainly welcome to go over there, and the networking continues. I haven't been able to be a part of a lot of this, but any questions, any comments, anything you want to say to me, feel free. And please turn in those comment cards to Susan out when you leave. Thank you again, everybody, and I hope to see you next year.